If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
That's my cue, and I am going to do it because this is the Tuesday edition of Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, and we're missing a little bit of somebody today, but we're going to get through it, but her spirits are here.
We will not feel the great gap in our feast that is Lindsay Lawler not being here until 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Mm-hmm. We always spend the first part of this show, as you guys well know, making a living. Kevin Lindsay's going to be joining us today, and we got a little bit of that highway to health, a little truck maintenance, a little body maintenance, a lot of groovy stuff coming your way. But in the second half of the show, Lindsay is on her way to Belize.
Girl.
Going to Belize for a little writing retreat, a little creative retreat, little find yourself in the old America of the South. And I don't mean the deep South. I mean the under the hemisphere South.
I'm about to say, that's going to be a little fun in the sun, right? A little bit? I didn't look at the forecast there.
Actually, I don't know if it's fun in the sun, but I do know that it's where she's going is got the weather that she needs right now, especially since the fact that most people are freezing their tuchuses off. I was listening to John Prine's Summer's End on what is, by New Orleans standard, a pretty cold winter morning, and then easing into his fish and whistle. Tom Piazza, who actually wrote a wonderful book called New Orleans Matters, has a book out called Living in the Present with John Prine. What he had intended to do, based on his friendship with Prine, was to tell a non-linear story based on a series of interviews that they would do in places like Nashville and then Ireland. Well, then COVID happened, and Prine, who had just recovered from a couple of bouts with cancer, was in no position to deal with the virus. And when it got him, it got him. And so all Tom Piazza had was their first interview, their first official formal interview. He'd been talking to Prine all of his life. Mm-hmm. They'd been friends. So basically he had to take that first interview and kind of talk about what the project would have been, but then also write what Prine meant to him. It was his own memoir of Prine. It's a wonderful book. Tom Piazza is going to be joining us. The National Military Museum is also going to be in the second half of the show. So it's duding up in Dude Town, although I know that Lindsay really is going to miss talking to Tom Piazza. She's a big Prine fan. I know a lot of people out there are Prine fans. I'm going to assume that my good buddy Jerry Bowers is a big Prine fan. Good morning. Hashtag RGR from Ruston, Louisiana. Lovey and Earl, as always, say, good morning, my family. You guys have a great and fun day at work today. The Paranormal Pie Man says, yo. Brad Bentley, BB the King himself, says, good morning, gang, and good morning to you, Brad, and good morning to everybody out there listening on iHeart. Everybody out there yakking it up on YouTube and all the other places you listen. Big shout out to all of our friends on Facebook. I know a few of you are lurking around there. Hope you are having the best of mornings and the best of times as the greatest transportation show in the known universe, at least the most unique, continues to roll on. Rumble, bumble, stumble, and don't forget we'll have another encore presentation of trucking with OOIDA immediately after this show. My good buddy Phone Master Dre is in the house. Ran a little late today. Man, oh man, I got to tell you, so did I. I got a little bit late start. But here's the best part. What Dre considers running late, there's a lot of people in my life who would consider, I got here, didn't I? I'm on time, aren't I?
Yeah, I woke up a lot later than usual because of some certain health situations and feelings and stuff.
Working your ass off yesterday, too.
God, yeah, man. I spread myself a little thin, and then I got lightheaded and just not feeling great. And I was like, hey, I hope this is enough. And they're like, it's plenty. And I'm like, all right. And then I slept through an alarm and looked at what time it was. But you were talking about this earlier, when you wake up and you see a certain type of light and you're like, oh, it is daylight. But it wasn't. It was a street light. And, I got here.
You and I had the same thing. I woke up this morning, like I said, and Dre and I were a little late in the sense that we were, like, late for our own standards. I'm not kidding, guys. There are a lot of people, when it comes to Phone Master Dre, had they shown up at the time that he showed up, they'd have been like, I got here, didn't I?
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm good to go. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
You can just say Nemo, dude, on this particular day until we can get that stuff all straightened out in the front end. You are more than welcome to do that, by the way.
God, man.
They're going to get you cleaned out and get you taken care of today, and that will get you back on track. No more s'mores. No more s'mores.
I can't promise that,
S'more
man.
smoothies. S'more smoothies.
Oh, God, can you imagine? Isn't that just Ovaltine?
Actually, no. You could have a hot chocolate s'more.
Yeah, put some graham cracker in it.
What you could do is you could have like chocolate and marshmallow and then just gasoline heated up and then take a big old graham cracker crumble, put it on top.
Oh, dude, I had this pure stainless steel mug. It was like no color or anything to it. I could put that on my little grill topper on the fire. Oh,
well, but I mean, exactly it, dude. And given what the weather is like, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, there is, malicious wounding. And then there is delicious, I'll figure out the word for it, but delicious drinking of hot chocolate that tastes like s'mores, man. Just the best, dude.
Forecast, by the way, it is going to be in the 70s in Belize today with a little bit of clouds, but it looks like it's going to be sunny the rest of the week for her.
Wow.
Wow.
Matter of fact, I don't miss Lindsay anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Stay there, never come back. By the way, Peter targets a trucking company linked to the death of a lab monkey during transport. PETA, those guys, are accusing a trucking company of skirting laws and contributing to the death of a lab monkey during its transportation to and from Mississippi and Louisiana. You guys know that story, by the way. We'll dig into it in just a little bit. A lot of bad weather out there, a lot of problems. You guys kept everybody in the loop. Please continue to do so on the chat. Do so with phone calls. We've got one coming in right now. Don't know what's on his mind, but we're just going to say good morning.
Hello, Chowder.
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 Morning. Morning, fam. Morning, all the famous people on the Book of Face, the Tudes of You, and the Hearts of Love. Well, Chowder's out here in Iowa. We got a beautiful blue transitioning into a tranquil tangerine sky with some glimmering glass-looking grass. Dry roads and no wind, but a balmy -1 over here on US 20 in Iowa today. So that's pretty much the new weather forecast for me today, but at least there's no wind. We're going to be heading down to Tennessee, Newborn, after we get done over here in Waterloo, where it's going to be warm. And I told our good friend, the Bostonian in Boston, Dean, not to give me the finger about the nice weather I'll be having too.
Did you see his video? Did you see his video that he posted?
Yes, I did. That was
quality stuff.
I saw it after I sent him a message yesterday, and I found that quite comical. Always like talking to the suave of Stat.
The suave of
that was
Stat.
it, but hey, get out of the way, Rabbit. I'll squash you. We were talking about foods, and apparently Dre and his marshmallow sandwich problem, Jesse. Chowder's been doing pretty good trying to watch what he puts in the old pie hole lately, draw some weight, pretty substantially lately. And I fell off the wagon this weekend when I was home, Jimmy.
What does that mean?
Oh, God.
Well, I was watching my caloric intake for a while, but I was home this weekend watching sports, and I had 3 slices of Supreme Godfather's pizza, 2 Coors Banquets, and a bowl of Tabasco Cheez-Its. And when you start eating right, you were talking about you can kind of feel the slag and the lag and all that. I was really feeling it for a day or two because that caloric intake was not of the substantial, sustaining, superficial foods that I should have been eating. So I really have to watch what I buy because I kind of slid a little bit, and it kind of set me back trying to get motivated for the dietary intake accountability.
Well, real quick, Chowder. So, can you honestly remember or know just how many days you have like that a week? Because it's okay to have a cheat day, man.
I know it's okay because you guys have always said that, and I bet I only have a day like that probably 4 times, maybe 5 a year. Like I don't generally drink a lot of alcohol or sodas anymore.
Yeah.
I think for the year I can remember 3 times that I've had a soda, and I've been to 6 hockey games, so there's 12 beers. And I watched the football game hoping the Broncos would lose. So that's 14. I've had 14 beers all of last year up until this weekend.
You're doing great, by the way. And I would actually encourage you the next time, not next week, but the next time this happens, get on a scale the next morning. You might be surprised that you weigh less.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I went I did get on the scale thinking I really went bad, and I only put on about 0.7. I went from like 219.3 to like 219.9, 220 right in there the next day when I noticed it.
That's
but
exactly.
I do remember, like when I did the Weight Watchers thing and that, they said when you eat like that, just don't watch the scale a lot because it'll depress you. You're going to have fluctuations. They also said that one of the best ways, if you got to go to banquets or Christmas or whatever parties are going on, one of the best points they gave me, they said, go buy at your cheap dollar store, whatever, go buy a small muffin tin, like the 6 or 8 count small mini muffin tin, and put a little bit of each item you want in that tin, and that's all you eat. And it's a good way to get a little bit of everything, but to not overindulge in anything.
That's actually not a bad plan.
Yeah, it's nice.
But I'll tell you this too, though. And by the way, I'm glad to see that our theory kind of plays out. I know that when you really ramp up, there'll be a point, and at some point you will get below 200. When you get there, and by the way, you're at a good weight now. You're making real terrific progress. But there will be a moment, I promise you, when you eat like total garbola. You wake up the next morning, have your constitution, get on the scale, and go, why do I weigh less? And Dre will back me up here. Sometimes when you actually don't eat like that on a regular basis, your body goes, that was terrific, now get out.
And you have a really good bowel movement.
That's what I'm saying. Morning constitution,
Maybe.
Dre.
I'm down from a pony keg, and I'm not to a 6-pack yet, but I think I can at least see some bottle caps forming.
That's nice. Hey, by the way, we were talking about Ray Fine, 63 years old, to get in shape for both a role he's playing right now, but also for the Bone Isle. He actually, the trainer he worked with, I love this, Dre. He said, Ray, I don't want you to look like a beefcake. I want you to look like a sturdy old rope. Boy, is that a great destination for a 63-year-old man to be in shape. He's like, you're going to look like, and I saw the photos of it, dude. He looks like a sturdy old rope. Lincoln kind of kick your butt.
Well, gents, I've looked at my chatometer, and my chatometer says it's time for me to say
wait,
toodaloo and bid you adieu.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead, Dre.
One thing, though, before you go, I love how out of those 14-course banquets you had last year, 2 of those were with me.
Yeah,
that's right. They were with you at the One-Eye Jacks, with a little bit of adult entertainment center up the stairs, I believe, if I recall correctly.
Hey, dude, sometimes you just talk too much. You didn't have to add that. It was really nice meeting your daughter.
That's right. It was and she sends her well wishes to you too, Dre. I talk to her every now and then when I talk to you, and she's like, I miss him so much.
Well, it was a pleasure, man.
Yeah, but I must bid you adieu because it's time to do the thing I do, and that's hang up. Talk to you later, kids. Have a good day.
Thank you. By the way, we were talking about this weekend. I was getting a really hard time from my brother and sister on Saturday morning. I mean, a General Grievous time. General Grievous, who, by the way, is one of the other lame bad guys in the Star Wars prequels. I was getting a really hard time from them, and it just had me laughing. I mean, it just had me laughing. And I realized something else, too, and Chowder did really good with this, so did you. The idea that, look, people, I'm not a big fan, as you know, of busting balls. I'm just not. I always feel like if you like somebody and you really care about them, if that's a way of showing your affection, then show your affection. Don't add the just kidding at the end. Be like, dude, I love you, and here's why. But they were picking on me, and I deserved it. And I found that I kind of went with it, Dre. Kind of rolled with the punch and was like, you're right. And we just got into like how right they were, and it was really funny. And I started giving my greatest hits of my worst moments, and it made the room happy. And there's something about that too, when you kind of give permission to say, to kind of give you a little bit of a needle, but also say, I'm with you on it. I'm kind of down for it. So I get it. And he's really good with that too. Chowder's really good with being able to land a punch, but also being able to take one. Don't forget, guys, you can drop in. You can give us a call on this unseasonably cold morning here in the city of New Orleans. That is nothing compared to what people are dealing with all across the country. There have been some snowmageddons. The people in Minnesota, of course, we're praying for everybody up there. Maybe the cold weather will bring down the temperature there, not just physically, but emotionally as well. Keeping an eye out for what's happening there. Lots of stuff to talk about on the Transpo news and information sources. We'll get to that here in a second. I've already given you a good preview. Kevin Lindsay's coming up. We got a Highway to Health. Tom Piazza's got a wonderful book about John Prine, and the National Military Museum is on the way. This is Road Gang Radio. We're going to take a quick break. Dre and I will both breathe through our nose, thereby activating the veins in our neck, and then let it give way to a little bit of patriotism and reflection and manifestation. 1, 2, 3. Clear that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
Good morning, good morning. It's Tuesday. Hey, I got something I want to share with you found in John chapter 16, verse 33. He says, I have told you, you may have peace. In this world you will have trouble, but take heart. He says, I have overcome the world. Now in John 16:33, Jesus is letting us know that expect to be challenged. He said, expect to have trouble. But while you're going through that trouble, he says, make sure that you remember that he has overcome it. I thought about this passage again because I believe a lot of times we have this problem within our industry, and that problem is we are always uptight. And I think it comes from us driving. It comes from us being out on the road, being away from our families, But this is a business that we make a difference, not just in our family lives, but in the lives of everybody that we touch. And what greater way for us to demonstrate the love of God is even during a trying, challenging time to still demonstrate God's love, God's compassion, and God's peace towards one another, as well as people that are not in the family of God. Because you can win those folks over just by sharing your peace and your love. Because guess what? At one time, you too were children of wrath. God bless you and allow your peace to go with you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, amen, and that's what we needed this Tuesday. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
That is what we need. But PETA has no peace. PETA has no peace. PETA, of course, is accusing a trucking company of skirting laws and contributing to the death of a lab monkey during its transport from Louisiana to Nevada. The 39 long-tail Monkey was transported from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette's New Iberia Research Center to the Charles River Laboratories in Reno, Nevada on January the 8th. According to PETA, one of the 39 monkeys was found dead once the truck reached Charles River Laboratories, despite paperwork filed at the beginning of the trip listing all the monkeys as active and alert. The U.S. Department of Agriculture investigated the death of the monkey, but has since closed the case without citing any of the parties involved. Yeah, it's a non-starter with the people in Washington right now. They got no shot. They can complain all they like. It ain't happening. Game's been shut down. I'd rather not talk about that this morning. Who I'd rather do is talk to somebody who actually has already been through security. Are we working on that? We got to work on that.
Yeah, she's working on that. She gave us a call, but she got to get through security, but Lindsay's here.
Lindsay is here. She made her way through security. The trucking company responsible for transporting the lab monkey, JKL Secure Freight, allegedly ignored laws requiring the monkeys to be medically inspected by a vet at most 30 days prior to transport. They were last examined on December the 12th. What PETA is alleging is that this is not the first animal that has died under the care of JKL, and is urging USDA Office of Inspector General to investigate the incident further. Yeah, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening. They're not even going to look at it. I'm telling you right now. Folks over there in Washington, D.C. right now don't care. Ain't their bag, ain't their party. As a matter of fact, I think some of the people in Washington right now would take great delight in telling PETA, no. Oh, wait, you want some help? No. By the way, an officer drove into the path of a runaway semi-truck to stop the driver's medical emergency. This is a much better story with a much more heroic sort of mojo to it. By the way, you can check out both of these, and I'll be giving you some landline stuff here in just a little bit. A police officer drove in the path of a runaway semi-truck to stop the rig during a driver's medical emergency. It happened around 2:45 on Friday the 16th over in Springfield, Massachusetts. Now, this actually, and the story itself, the one on the Western Mass News, is pretty compelling. A Massachusetts state trooper on patrol notices a truck driver appearing to have a medical emergency that resulted, as sometimes happens, in a runaway semi-truck. Dean talked about this with the crabs on the road. Remember, he said the idea that he could see in that slide that it looked like a microsleep had occurred. Something went wrong. The trooper then positioned his police cruiser in the path of the runaway truck, stopping the driver's medical emergency and out-of-control semi-truck. No one was hurt, but the truck driver was unresponsive and taken to the hospital. That incident is still under investigation. Do never forget, guys, that the people out there on the highway, as angry as you might sometimes get at them, have one of the most dangerous jobs, because while your job is incredibly dangerous, the stuff that they kind of drive in to protect the highways and byways, that sort of protection, their vehicles are much smaller, and they put themselves in highways and harm's way on a regular basis to make sure that everybody else is safe. Great story with a very, very happy ending. We're going to take a look over, by the way, at what's going on with our friends over at Landline. You know that particular place. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the
tell us
place
about
that
Landline.
Jamie Jones does a little work over there. Mark Schwemmer, Tyson Fisher, all regular contributors over here. The long-awaited broker rule has taken effect, and I've kind of waited till the end of this half hour to kind of dig into this, but we kind of unpack this. Mark Schwemmer, this was a story from Friday. It bears some unpacking now. There was so much to kind of talk about yesterday. Dave Nemo, Phone Master Dre, myself, Dean Croak is always opening up that Monday with us as well on Nemo Nation. That content is now available over in podcast form and available over on YouTube, by the way. It has been segmented up, so if there was a particular segment or a particular person that you're following or like, go over there and check it out, by the way. A requirement for brokers that was originally mandated by Congress in 2012 is finally going into effect. On Friday, the FMCSA now has the authority, as of Friday, to suspend the operating authority of brokers and freight forwarders when their minimum financial security falls below $75,000 and is not replenished in 7 days. You drop below $75K, you got to get there in a week, and if you don't, you're done. The significant change has happened. And it's one of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, one of those things on their agenda. They have pushed for regulations that create a level playing field between brokers and truckers. This is what Todd Spencer had to say. OOIDA welcomes FMCSA's final rule on broker and freight forwarder financial responsibility. This is a step forward that helps make sure truckers get paid what they're owed on time in cases of theft, damage, and insolvency. So there are 5 major provisions, and these have been kind of circulating around for a while. This is one of those things, too, where, Dave can get a little fatalist. Dave can get a little nihilist. Well, it's the same thing that was happening 50 years ago. Okay. This was a law passed in 2012. I'm not picking on Dave. This is why you stay at it. Incremental excellence is always the most important thing. You gotta take the little victories as big ones. So this stuff has been around since 2012, not enforced. Here we go. The first rule is that the assets need to be readily available, and that rule specifies that only acceptable assets include cash, irrevocable letters of credit issued by a federally insured deposit institution, and U.S. Treasury bonds. If you don't have one of those three, cash, a genuine line of credit, or U.S. bonds, you don't count. You can't say that I got $75,000 available. Immediate suspension of operating authority. What Mr. Barrs' organization is going to do is suspend the operating authority of a broker or freight forwarder if that financial security falls below $75K. 7 days you got. Surety and trust provider duties and financial failure or insolvency. This is a big one. It requires that the surety trustee becomes aware that a broker or freight forwarder is experiencing financial failure or insolvency. They must notify. The moment you get yourself in trouble, you got to notify the FMCSA and initiate cancellation of the financial responsibility. The FMCSA then in turn will publish a notice of failure in the Federal Register. Filing bankruptcy under Title 11 of the U.S. Code does not constitute insolvency under the rule. A surety company or financial institution found in violation of this faces a monetary penalty and mandatory 3-year ineligibility period to provide broker, freight forwarder, financial security. And then finally, entities eligible to provide trust funds for BMC 85 filings. Loan and finance companies are no longer eligible to serve as a BMC 85 trustee. OOIDA, of course, is supportive, but they also believe that more can be done. And what Spencer went on to say, and then we'll kind of wrap this up and head into the break and get Mr. Kevin Lindsay into the action for maintenance matters, is most importantly, the rule requires the FMCSA to suspend brokers who do not maintain the minimum of that $75,000 bond. This will assist carriers in determining if a broker has legitimate finances before hauling a load. And then Todd goes on to say that OOIDA has fought for these changes for 15 years, 2012, guys, and today, Friday is what he's referring to, marks progress in holding bad brokers accountable. But the rule alone doesn't solve the problem, and we will continue fighting for more reforms until truckers no longer have to pay the price for broker misconduct. One of the things that we've got to keep on is that it's always you who pays, it's always you who's penalized, it's always you who takes it. All we're asking for, just like taxes, is that everybody pay, everybody deal with their fair share. And the fair share is what the little boy, the plump little boy who plays the tuba, believes in as well. I believe in truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. 50 states, 8 provinces. If you're in the ditch, you can get out of it. You can get back home. Maybe they'll find you TA Petro. That's where Kevin Lindsay works.
That's what I was going to say. I believe in him.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
Honor.
And teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
One more beloved family member.
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American.
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
Honored for their sacrifice.
never forgotten,
Always remembered.
through one
One
Simple
simple
act.
one simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
we celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Speaking of Lindsay Lawler, she may be dropping in just here in uno momento just to kind of say hi and give everybody a shout out. Speaking of Lindsay Lawler, if you have a favorite podcast platform, Pandora, Spotify, any of those places, may I deeply suggest you go over to We Should Write and not just listen to them, they're terrific. May I also suggest that you actually take the time to download those episodes and give them a listen. They're really terrific. Each one has its own sort of energy, its own sort of juju going on inside of it. Speaking of talking to writers about music, Tom Piazza, who is a New Orleans-based writer, he is also the author of a terrific book called Why New Orleans Matters that he wrote in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. He joins us to talk about his new book, Living in the Present with John Prine. It's terrific, by the way. It is a memoir because they were in the midst of planning it, planning all the trips, planning all the interviews, and then COVID complications took Prine from us after he had a long battle, successful battle to some extent, fighting cancer off of his body. When COVID came in, that took John from us in 2020, and he is long missed. By the way, as I told you really quickly, on the 16th, those broker rules, which were put in place in 2012, finally went into effect. OOIDA is very, very pleased about it, but they believe that the fight continues, and much of that fight needs to revolve around the lack of broker transparency, despite the regulation 371.3 requiring brokers to keep loads, records of each transaction, and provide each party a right to review it. Truckers too often, and you guys know this, have reported the rule is often evaded or completely ignored, and many of them went up there in May of 2020 to protest that reality. There's a lot more to talk about. You can chat about it on the chat. You can talk about it on Facebook, but we've now got to get to some maintenance around here by pivoting to Maintenance Matters. Who runs maintenance over at TA Petro, Travel Centers of America? Well, that would be Kevin Lindsay, the head honcho, the Kurt Signetti of maintenance, by the way. Welcome back, Kevin, as always, for Maintenance Matters, where we kind of figure out ways to prevent people from ever having to have conversations with you that go on way too long, and we instead have a conversation once a week to prevent that from happening. But I have to ask, big congratulations to the Indiana Hoosiers, who went from the losingest football team in college football history to national champions. You watching that game last night?
I watched that whole game last night, and I don't know if I can live up to any expectations you comparing me to Signetti.
Good God Almighty! Good God Almighty! Both those teams came out. I mean, I said, oh, here we go again. Indiana's going to teach them. I just thought it was going to be a gradual wearing down after that first half. I kept saying that Mendoza had survived that first beginning of the game on rush, onslaught, and then kind of stabilized himself, and then it was 10-0, and I thought, okay, here we go. And then Miami said, nope, not going quietly, not going to do that. And, man, it came down to have you ever seen a game where every single play was like the most important play of the game? It was crazy.
Yeah,
it was an intense.
Yeah, no, that was a good and intense ball game for sure.
Yeah. It was just it was something else to behold, and we will see how everybody's teams do next year. We're now at that point now where all people can do is talk about what could be, and then we'll get a whole lot of top 25s that aren't based in any reality. Because I don't know if you know this, Indiana, after making the playoffs last year and returning so many starters, including a Heisman Trophy candidate, was ranked 24th in the preseason this year.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, I have a feeling not as many SEC teams are going to turn up in that top 25 this time around. I just have a feeling, and Paul Feinbaum can go pound sand for all I care, because he's not really an SEC homer. He's an Alabama homer. Let's just be really honest.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know what an SEC homer. Josh Pate is an SEC homer. Paul Feinbaum's a disgrace. Okay, there it is. That's my editorial for the day. How's the weather where you're at now? Because it's actually unseasonably cold down here.
About 12 degrees. Not too bad.
Well, I think
it's not single digits, so.
Because there's no wind. I mean, that's probably it too. I mean, it's like that's what Chowder was talking about this morning, is that the lack of wind actually makes sometimes the most bitter of cold feel relatively okay. What is on the docket for today? We got so much we can dig into and places we can go. Where did we leave off, and where would you like to pick up?
Oh, we were talking about just getting things started in cold weather. So I felt like there was even more we could talk about, dig into a little bit on this subject, before we got off the air last week. So
yeah, we did leave a lot on the table. Give us the 30,000-foot overviews, and then we'll catch up to where we left off and where we'd like to kind of pick up. So go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, we were talking about last week how that diesel engine it takes so much energy to get it going, but especially when it's cold and the viscosity of oil that's in it and all that, all these different factors, and the load that puts on that electrical system is just it's kind of crazy when you stop and think about it, because when you kind of get into the physics of it, when it does get this cold outside and everything, everything contracts as it gets colder. When you get down to that atomic level, things kind of slow down, and there's shrinkage that occurs in electrical connections and all kinds of things. So all of a sudden you may end up with issues that you have never had before. And it could be something as simple as, one little connector, a little electrical terminal inside of a connector that quits making contact because as it got colder, the male and female sides of it just kind of separated almost and created an open circuit. And now you've got a sensor that a computer can't read, so it's never going to fire the starter off. So there's so many of these little factors like that can occur out there. And, what's really frustrating about things like that is those are things you can't see, right? And you would have no idea that they could occur, but, they are out there. So.
I was laughing about this. I actually took two notes this morning when looking over your notes and where we left off and where we picked up and the two analogies I think of is opening a door on a very cold day. You're in a warm house and then you open that door and it literally makes you yelp. I thought about that, and then I also thought about the fact that in the wintertime, and it happened to me this morning as well too, itchy skin. And I kept thinking about that, the idea that, why do we put lotion on? Why do we put body lotion on? People say, I don't do that, all that stuff. And yet there they are basically rubbing their skin raw because their skin has dried out and cracked in the wintertime in a way that it doesn't do in the summer because your lubrication system, sweating, is actually working out great for you. And that's kind of the mentality you want to take, because I kept thinking about the intake of air. The idea, you start up an engine, we go back to air filters and all this stuff, but you start an engine up on a really cold day, you are pulling in, look, your engine's already cold, but it ain't as cold as the outside air is, and then you start that engine up, and that air intake, it can do damage instantly, right? I mean, you can do like instant damage by just, you get a couple of startups in a really couple of cold weeks, and you're doing a lot of rapid fire damage over the process of less than a month because of that constant pull-in of freezing cold air, right?
Yeah. It's a great point. And you get that cold air as it comes. Not only is it pulling it in, but in a turbocharged engine, it's getting as that engine turns over, that turbo starts trying to spool up, even though there's, not necessarily hot exhaust going out. But as the pistons move up and down, they're still pushing air out, which is going to spin that turbo up, which is going to pull even more air in, even moving across points a little bit faster. So, wind chill factor inside there. Think about that.
That's a great point. I mean, I kept thinking about that, but really, what you're doing is you're inducing a wind chill factor inside of your actual vehicle. You're actually creating a wind chill factor. Kevin, just for a moment here, as you know, Lindsay is not going to be joining me this week. However, she is on her way to Belize, and she is joining us now from the airport as she's getting ready to leave. We kind of keep things loosey goosey. Hey, Lindsay, tell Lindsay good morning.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I never get to talk to the other Lindsay, and I hate there being two Lindsays. So I just wanted to clear it up. That you're EY, I think, right?
Yes.
I am.
All right, so we're good. All right, then we're all good. We're all good. Well, no wind chill factor is going to be an issue where I'm heading in Belize. But I just wanted to check in and say hi. And also, I have to tell you both, I had an issue with my TSA Prine wasn't connected to my boarding pass, so it was a whole deal. I could not find any person that worked at the airport walking around that didn't have earbuds in, and then when I finally got them to take them out and talk to me, knew the answers to my questions. And I was so taken aback by it, about like the disconnection side of things, and it makes me even more grateful for people like Kevin, Lindsay, who have all the answers. So that's where I'm at, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to have you, by the way. And it's just like I said, I it's really funny because I kept thinking about this too, going to the airport these days. You're like, does anybody really work here, or you're all just showing up for a paycheck and checked out? I mean, that's my feeling sometimes when I go through TSA now. It's like I either get these really warm and wonderful people, or I get people who give me kind of menacingly blank stares. I don't know if that was your feeling.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
100%. The woman, I had to find the American desk, and literally the woman who works for the airport, she told me she didn't know where it was. I'm like, well, that feels like day one information that you get on the job. Like, what? So, yeah, I feel you. It's discombobulated, but, it's all good.
Yeah, that's why I don't like flying. It really has nothing to do with the flying portion of it. It's dealing with the airport and people most of the time, because you feel like you're in the town of Stepford sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
and you never know what you're going to get. Different airports, different gates, different airlines, people's, and then at the end of the day, it's people. I'm like, which side of the bed did you get out of today? Is it the one that wants to talk to me or the other? Usually it's the other. So
I had a friend of mine one time got himself a good old pat down. You know what he told one of the TSA inspectors? He said, the difference between you and me, he said, I finally figured it out. He said, you don't want to be here, and you're stuck here, and I'm going someplace wonderful. Yep, let's get a pat down going right now. Let's just kind of give you the answer.
Exactly.
And I have to
That's
kind of...
probably what it was.
Yeah.
They saw my ticket going to the Belize, and they're like, screw her, make it hard.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I got to be here dealing with you people. You get to go to Belize. Really quickly, Lindsay, tell everybody what it is exactly you're doing over in Belize.
Yeah, really exciting. There's it's called Camp Belize. It's a Texas country music festival put on by Django Walker, who is Jerry Jeff Walker's son. And there'll be people like Pat Green and Jack Ingram performing, which are guys that I grew up on in Texas. They would play like my high school and college dances and mixers. So I love this crew of people. I'm going with actually Russell Stubbs, who's in the trucking industry. His wife, Dawn Stubbs, is a good friend of mine, a rancher out of Texas. These are trucking people, longtime trucking royalty, I like to call them. So they'll be with some Texas folks, some trucking folks, and some really good music folks. And I'm really excited about it. Going to, quite frankly, not only write with some people and look for some new connections in that, but new connections to bring on the show, both on Road Gang Radio and We Should Write. So this is a R&D trip, research and development, I will call it, with a sunshine and beach in the background, so I don't hate it.
That's your story, and you're sticking to it. We love you.
Yes, sir.
It's good to have you. Go have a great time. We will hold down the fort for you. Phone Master Dre and I are on the case, and with people like Kevin Lindsay, spelled with an E, here on the home fires, keeping the home fires burning, we might just make it to the other side without you, but it's going to be tough. We love you.
You can do it. If I come back and Kevin Lindsay's your new co-host, I will understand.
I will fight.
I will still call in. I'll still call in regularly.
Thank you, Lindsay. We love you. Be safe.
We love you, boo.
Bye, guys. Love. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Glad she's out of here. Jeez.
Yeah, and now we're back to cold intake. She took all the warm air with her. It's 71 degrees this morning in Belize, just to give you guys a sense of what she's going into. And when we last left off with Kevin Lindsay, who, of course, is in charge of maintenance over at Travel Centers of America, joining us this morning here on Maintenance Matters, we were actually talking about opening the door and letting that first blast of cold air in. Kevin made the really good insight that you're essentially inducing wind chill factor into your engine. So the question becomes, this is a maintenance thing, how do we make sure from an approach that when we start that up we do as little damage as we possibly can? What is the counter?
Well, I don't know that there's a
Exactly.
really good counter,
Right.
but it is, it is possible to first of all, don't rev that engine up, as it once it fires up, it's a diesel engine. Either it's going to fire, or it's not. There's no throttle body on it like on a gasoline or engine or anything. So hitting the throttle's really doing nothing. All that is a sensor. It's all wires nowadays. It's because if you do that, you can speed that engine up quicker than it really needs to be. Even before there's lubrication to everything, and sometimes it's a blessing when it don't fire off immediately, that it turns over a few times, because as it turns over, it's actually building oil pressure better and quicker. The more it turns over, because it's got your oil pump going, that's getting that lubrication. Because when it does get cold outside, when that engine is set, overnight or all night or whatever, as it gets cold, that oil, falls back down out of all of these places that it's in, so, and because of the temperature, even though it may be thicker, it's still, you got to remember, all the metal and everything it's up against is contracting as well. So it creates more space, which allows it to fall back down in a little bit more. So, so just be careful with that. Don't just fire it up and, rev that thing up 1,500, 2,000 RPMs. It's not good for it at all.
What I love about what you just said, by the way, and it really is groovy, is the fact that, I've thought about that on mornings when, I always wonder why when I go to start, my car, it's my car, and I'm like, nothing's wrong with it. I take care of it, but it takes a little bit longer to start up. And so basically, it's like the process of turning over. You shouldn't panic about it. That it's okay if it takes a little bit longer, because it's doing what it should be doing at that point, and not to overreact. And if it simply pops to life, that might be really cool, and you might feel like, oh, I got it going on. But it also might be doing more damage than taking a little bit of time to kind of, sputter its way into reality. And I wasn't aware of that. That's a big deal. And that, to me, in a lot of ways, is a great reminder that sometimes we can't stop the damage, but we can mitigate it. And we make the joke all the time. Turning it on in and of itself is a destructive act. It has to be, because entropy is just the reality of the world. Every time we run, we wear ourselves down a little bit. We also build muscle, but we wear ourselves down a little bit. And it's a great reminder that sometimes the best way to kind of handle this is simply take your time, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So that's starting it up is almost an unavoidable problem. That's the reality of it. But once it gets going, the stuff that we put into it, the stuff that we put in our engine, the stuff that we actually do in regards to maintenance, can serve as mitigation in regards to viscosity and fuel and additives and all that kind of stuff. So kind of talk about that in regards to the choices people should make about what should be in their engine when it actually starts up on a cold day.
Well, I hear so many different things from different, drivers, owner-operators, fleets, and manufacturers. Most engine manufacturers don't really recommend necessarily any particular additives to engine oils or fuels or anything like that, because what you got to remember, in the manufacturing world, when they make, they design these engines, these parts for these engines and everything, and they're all designed around certain uh, scenarios, right? And they want them to last, even though they're in the business of manufacturing parts and pieces, they want them to last, a good period so that, the consumer, the drivers, the fleets, whatever, have a good feeling about their product. But at the same time, they know they're only going to last so long under certain conditions. So, when they test, a lot of the engineering that goes into different components and everything, when they test all this stuff, they know it's going to have a certain life. It can only do this. That a lot of people don't realize this, but it's something as simple as a little small toggle switch. People, manufacturers that make those switches know there's only so many times it can get turned on and off before it's going to fail. It has a lifespan. Everything has some sort of lifespan. And, the average is usually based off of, doing things this way and all these different conditions. And the cold really, really adds to that. That always decreases the lifespan, Extreme temperatures, one way or the other, whether it's really cold outside, whether it's really hot, can, there's an area there that everything likes to kind of live in, kind of that comfort zone, kind of like we all have as people, right? We have our own comfort zone. So.
Yeah, that natural harmonics has to be achieved through testing too, though. That's the other thing too. Is
that's right. That's right.
And we're not. By the way, guys, we're not talking about deliberatively built-in obsolescence. What Kevin is referring to is the fact that even the best-made things eventually wear down and wear out. Because when it comes to the kind of stuff that you work on, those things have to be built to last, but they're also built with the understanding that even the best things don't last. And so, at some point, things break. And they break through no fault of anybody's but the fact that things break. That being said, there are ways to mitigate those breaks, and also there are ways to check on things to make sure. That's the other thing, too, is that as we go back to our original thing when we started the adventure talking about winter, is that there's a lot you can do before the winter begins to make sure that the things that look like they may be closer to breaking than you thought get replaced to start the winter with. A lot of the stuff you were talking about really kind of needs to get taken care of that way. And by the time you get to the winter, if you haven't done that, if stuff's on the edge anyway, there's not much you can do about it but deal with it when it happens. We talk about the idea of getting your batteries tested. That's a big thing too in regards to going backwards, in regards to all of that, in regards to the intake and all that stuff. And and we talk about the idea of having not only the correct batteries but also checking those connections. That's a big thing too, because once again, it might not be the worst situation, but in fact, if you don't have it in the best situation, you're always looking for ways to slow down the speed at which everything wears out. That's really what it kind of comes down to, right?
Absolutely, and that's kind of what a good maintenance program is about. Things are going to wear out. They're going to wear. They're going to break, but try to mitigate that as much as possible by, honestly, really paying attention to things, paying attention to small things. One of the things I do see that does get overlooked, going into cold weather, and then once you get into cold weather, is, I was talking earlier about how things, it gets so cold, different things contract and everything. Think about those belts on that alternator.
I was just going to bring it up. There you go, man. There it is.
You've got this rubber impregnated stringy type thing that's actually turning a piece of metal that's actually fairly slick with grooves in it, right? The tension has to be real good. But when you stop and think about that, as it gets cold, that engine's been sitting there overnight, gets cold. Even that tension on that belt, these different things are contracting. Well, they're going to contract at different rates because now you're talking about, iron and steel and, cast aluminum, different things, components like that. And then you're talking about a belt that's primarily made of some sort of rubber, So those things are going to be at different levels. So you could end up with some of that slippage. Yes, exactly. Which is kind of I don't know the right term here, maybe oxymoron, because if you end up with that slippage as it goes to start, guess what happens when that rubber slips across that metal? It creates a lot of friction, which now generates a lot of heat suddenly, but it's only in a certain spot. So
yeah, by the way, really quickly, heat in a certain spot when the rest of the world is cold can actually cause damage too.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's like anytime you have an imbalance of temperatures and things, you're getting, like I said, that's why often people will, in the coldest of, I'll think about it like this. Once again, another analogy. Anybody who's ever not realized that we're too close to a fire during a really cold night often will have, like, look at their hand and be like, what the hell, why do I have a first-degree burn on my hand? It's because they can't distinguish between what's happening on the nerve endings. And what you could get is you get a situation where you get something really, really hot with the rest of the world around it cold. Things like that tend to snap.
Yeah. And right.
That's the reality.
Yeah, and especially when it's really cold, right? Because that's about the same as, kind of freezing your skin with, Freon, liquid nitrogen, something like that, because it freezes, but it burns. It's kind of like that whole freezer burn type thing, right? But what that really means is there was a big variation in differences there that occurred too quickly that caused that.
Well, you're brittling.
It sounds,
anytime you change temperature rapidly, that's the other thing you got to think about. You're brittling things. You literally are drying them out incredibly rapidly. Both things are taking water out of it. That's what happens when you freeze. Sure. That's what you're doing. You are freezing stuff removes water from spaces. Burning stuff removes water by simply pulling it out. And both those things can create a real disaster. And the other thing is to really quickly, cold batteries, just want to remind people, cold batteries are resistant to charging. That's an obvious thing we didn't get a chance to cover. We're almost out of time here. Really quickly, what do you want to talk about next week so we can kind of set the table for that? What you got in your mind? What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking about going down the cold road again. I know we got another, looks like winter storm headed into us this weekend across the country. So it's going to be interesting, especially since I'm supposed to be making a trip to just south of Cleveland next week and teaching a class. I don't know.
Hey, you know what we could do, though? What we could do, and by the way, since you teach class here on a regular basis, let's talk a little bit about that, about how you actually teach class to both people who don't know a damn thing and people who actually know a lot.
Lord.
Yeah, that's a different, and by the way, that's a different kind of teaching, man. People don't realize that. Teaching people who don't know nothing about nothing, and teaching people who know everything about everything, and I don't mean that sarcastically, is a very different experience, because somebody said, if you don't think coaching in the NBA is hard, imagine the difference between telling a high school kid how to act and having them listen to you and having Marlon Brando. And trying to explain to him how to act. That's what an NBA coach has to do. Kevin Lindsay, of course, is the guy in charge of maintenance over at Travel Centers of America, TA Petro. He joins us on a weekly basis, recurring basis, taking care of what is under your hood. We'll get to Highway to Health here in a little bit, but thank you, Kevin. Happy days, and don't freeze your tuchus off.
I'll try not to. You either.
Thank you, sir. Dre, let's rumble, bumble, stumble on out of here. Get back to the other side where the phone lines will be open. We'd love to hear from you. If you got maintenance questions or things you want to share about strategy you use in the wintertime to keep yourself rolling. It's going to be cold in the next couple of weeks, so hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Liam Neeson is not there to protect you. RadioNemo.com is where you can go to subscribe.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang.
But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome back, by the way, here to Road Gang Radio. Good to have everybody here. Good to listen to Lindsay's voice both during the segment with Kevin Lindsay, spelled with an E, sure as it's spelled with an A. And good to have all of you out there chatting it up. Hey, Marshall, good morning. I know you're freezing your tuchus off. You're a good man out there facing those elements. Good to have a lot of folks dropping in on the chat. Really quickly, Truckers' Voices, that means Mr. Tim. Yeah, I did think, by the way, the interview yesterday with Steve Brand was really, really good. He's a quality human being, straight up. One of the most decent, sweet people I know, and a real credit to the industry. Makes us all look good out there. Makes you all look good out there. Hey, Trucker Bosun, good morning. And, of course, Joe J., good morning to you as well. Good to see everybody out there just kind of shooting the breeze and catching up with one another. Make sure you head over to RadioNemo.com and subscribe. We're putting the finishing touches on what we think is a really lovely newsletter. Lovely. That's a terrible word. How about pretty groovy?
Yeah, that works.
Pretty groovy newsletter. Speaking of groovy, we got a great guest coming up here, and we will turn to him now. ARDOT, A-R-D-O-T. ARDOT is what we're talking about today, and I say ARDOT because if you go to ardot.gov, what you'll find there is the Arkansas Department of Transportation. Dave Parker, by the way, not the Cobra, but a pretty cool dude too, is the Public Information Officer. He's been 35 years in local TV as a reporter and news director, doing markets like Philadelphia, Baltimore, Memphis, before moving to Little Rock. He's been over there at the DOT as a spokesman for them since October of 2020. And by the way, still a reporter at heart, my friend. I can't escape it either, even though I just kind of blather on the radio now. Every once in a while, I find myself chasing down sources to make sure that even the newspaper reports that I read on the air I've got right. How are you? Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
I'm doing fantastic today, man. I really appreciate you guys inviting me today. Always happy to talk about what RDOT is up to because this is a busy place, especially this week. With this winter weather storm headed our way, I'm going crazy already with live weather shots.
By the way, I want to tell people iDriveArkansas.com gives people all the latest road conditions and access to a lot of information. And we'll get to that in a second here. You can find them on Facebook, Instagram, and the X formerly known as Twitter at myARDOT, MyARDOT. ARDOT is where you want to kind of head. So you got a lot of this weather happening, and people, I think, we got some good friends of ours. This is the Fastport Studios, who is our sponsor for the studio. Our good friends Dave and Gina Harrison work for Fastport, and they live in Arkansas. And as anybody who is in the trucking industry knows, dude, you guys are smack dab in the middle of everything. I mean, you literally are the crossroads. You literally are kind of like the terminus hub for the entire trucking industry. And so much of you guys are a pass-through. And I don't mean that as a disrespectful thing. You got to make sure when people come through Arkansas that it's smooth sailing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. Yes, we've got to take care of the driver, the citizens out there. But you're right. So much of the country depends on the truck drivers, commercial, the value they bring, hauling goods, east west. I mean, we've got interstates 30, 40, 49. We are the heart of it all. So when we're clearing the roads and interstates, yes, we have to get them safe, but we also have to keep them moving because people want their stuff, and it happens here in Arkansas.
I want to talk, and we'll get to, there's 16,000 miles of interstate and highways you guys are responsible for this year. And we'll talk about the human trafficking stuff in a second, too. But I had a great question for you as a person who actually has to do a lot of communication and a lot of reaching out. Arkansas also, here's the thing. And I'm not picking on Florida, but, there's only a couple of ways into Florida. I mean, once you get into Florida, you get into Florida. I mean, you only get in on the top of Florida. There are so many entrance and exit points. I mean, even skipping the Memphis Bridge, even skipping the way into Tennessee, you have got to have really, really good relationships. There's a reason it's called Texarkana. You've got to have really good relationships with a lot of neighboring states in regards to how they handle their transportation affairs as well, too. Can you talk a little bit about those 16,000 miles and how you make sure that the other states are aware of what you guys are doing in regards to construction and how you keep open, clear lines of communication, particularly at a weather point like this?
Yeah, I mean, good point. Working with Tennessee, for example, TDOT, we've got eastern part of the state, 40 and 55, two major bridges there. We'll be communicating with them this weekend because our, television markets from Memphis cover East Arkansas as an example. So I let them kind of know what we're doing. They let us know what they're doing. It's the same way with construction projects. Anything that happens to that Interstate 40 or 55 bridge, we're building a new bridge right now. Starting that, we communicate with TDOT. We've got projects in northwest Arkansas. It may involve MoDOT, Missouri. We've got some good relationships there. And just recently, we had a show and tell on our new speed enforcement work zone cameras. Oklahoma, ODOT was interested, so we went up to the northwest part of the state and had about 40 of us talking about that, working with ODOT. So, yeah, I mean, because of all the interstates, you're right, all the entry points into the state, we have to have good relationship, great communication, and fortunately we do.
And I've been thinking about this a lot. I went to a trucking conference, trucking conference over in northern Mississippi, and I knew this instinctively, but people don't understand that area, that Memphis Bridge area that you're talking about, it's a metropolitan area that not only serves Memphis, but north of Memphis, south of Memphis in Mississippi, the other side of the bridge in Arkansas, so that people don't have a real understanding that this is why this coordination is so important, because you get these clusters, much like you have over with Chattanooga in Tennessee with Georgia, where people don't understand that there are suburbs of certain cities that are not in the same state as those cities. So the people are leaving a city to go back home on their commute, and they're crossing state lines on a regular basis. This is why all of this stuff is so crucial, particularly around this time of year. Can you talk about what ARDOT does in regards to weather that's coming, in regards to a significant snowstorm and any sort of really kind of inclement weather conditions, how you guys make sure that you guys remain safe and keep the public informed and make sure that your employees and the people who do all the good work with you know how to get the word out to keep them moving safe?
Well, I personally, you mentioned I've got 35 years of television news before I started with RDOT. I use the same approach. We start planning way in advance. When I first see that trickle of possibility that there may be some inclement weather coming my way, we start talking and discussing with the 10 RDOT districts. We communicate, depending on where the storm may be, with neighboring DOTs. This particular system looks like it's going to cover the entire state. So I'll be doing, television interviews and radio, for example, a newspaper for probably 20 different news markets covering 5 or 6 different states: Missouri, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Tennessee, certainly Arkansas. So it's just planning. I know it sounds it's not the most exciting approach, but good planning and communication goes a long way. And through that we have found statewide that's the key to to within the department, getting word out to the men and women who are going to be out there doing the work. Hey, this is going to be a long weekend. Prepare, make arrangements now. We've got our gear ready. We've got the equipment ready. We've got the salt supplies ready. We're watching that forecast all the time. So it's kind of like the Super Bowl, in a 5 or 6 day period for us. We've got to have our very best performance because this is the kind of thing the public will measure us on. We're responsible every day for the 16,000 miles here in Arkansas. However, these are the kind of days and events they recall. And they'll say, yep, RDOT did a nice job clearing the roads, or the flip side of that, which we don't want. So I look at it as this is game day, and we've got to be ready for it.
So we are very close over here at RadioNemo with our friends at Truckers Against Trafficking, and there is a TAT. There is a real connective tissue here that people don't understand about the wintertime. And I used to be in law enforcement before I then made a move over to, I realized I was better at writing reports than I was at actually enforcing the law. So I decided to go into storytelling instead. But one of the things people don't understand is why the homeless problem actually plays into this, that in warm climates, you'll often find a lot of runaways, a lot of kids who are trying to get away from a bad situation at home. And if they fall into the network of the kids who kind of go all over the country together, they tend to avoid the colder situations. People don't realize that cold weather, brutally cold weather, actually makes it easier for traffickers to get their hands on people because they are so vulnerable at that moment. And one of the things that happens in cold weather is you're looking for any port in a storm. If somebody offers warmth and safety, or at least the illusion of that, you're more inclined to go with them. You guys have been making a real effort as of late to kind of look for the signs of human trafficking as well. Can you talk a little bit about that project and how you're making sure your employees know what's going on around them?
Sure. Our director, Jared Wiley, made it a big focus this year, and people ask why this year, and our answer has been why not? Human trafficking has been a problem in Arkansas and nationwide for a long time. And again, back to the fact that Arkansas is centrally located with all of the interstates coming in. Unfortunately, it makes it easier in ways for those who choose to do those sorts of things, human trafficking. We've got, what we decided is we've got 4,000 employees here, and our maintenance guys are out on the highways and welcome centers and rest areas as much as anybody. Arkansas Highway Police are also a part of ARDOT. So what we're training our employees to do through awareness seminars and actual training is to recognize what are the signs. First of all, what do you look for? Who could be a victim? We're talking sex trafficking. We're talking labor trafficking. Both, unfortunately, are happening here in Arkansas, and the numbers are not getting any better. So we've made a commitment, not just this month, which is Human Trafficking Prevention Month, but also the entire year, to train ourselves to be the eyes and the ears. And then once we do see something out there, our employees, how to report it, how to let law enforcement, Arkansas Highway Police, Arkansas State Police handle it. But we've got to get a hold on this as well. It's a very sad situation, and we've decided and made a promise that we're gonna try to make a huge dent in it this year.
So let me just kind of lay out what I think I'm hearing, and you tell me if I get this right. So let's just say I work for the DOT and I work on some of the I don't know all the ins and outs. I know how the Louisiana DOT works, that I'm doing some work on the side of the road, or I've got some project that I'm invested in that's got me close to a place where I can see that there are human beings and some of them might be in trouble. I'm over at a rest area doing some work, that you're training your employees to say, okay, I'm seeing something unfold. It's not my job to get involved because that could be dangerous for me. However, the people I work with in the state troopers who also work with me, I know how to call them, and then the state troopers also then know what the kind of progression of questions to ask to get to the bottom of it. We're talking about really coordinating strategies of recognizing the signs, but also knowing who the next point of contact and communication is, correct?
You are exactly right. That is you said it very well.
Okay, that's really cool stuff, because like I said before, this is a really vulnerable time for a lot of people who often find themselves in situations where looking for warmth. It doesn't matter where it's being offered. Let me ask you the follow-up question for that too. So is there a strategy in place? Some human being is vulnerable to trafficking or is in the process of being trafficked. What kind of resources, and like I said, you may not have the answer for this yet, once the situation is resolved, let's say that it's somebody who's almost trafficked, or let's say it's somebody who's being trafficked. What is the next step for the people that are being trafficked? We know what the next step is for the people who are doing the trafficking, but do you guys have something in place, or is there somebody you hand off those vulnerable workers or at-risk youth?
We are developing relationships with those agencies who handle that. Once the person is safe, number one, found safe and their offenders taken care of, then we are in contact with agencies who can then assist and take over from there. That is not something we are getting into. We want to be the eyes and the ears and be that first step, if you will, and then report and get them to the appropriate agency so that they're safe and taken care of. And that's our main goal right now. Yeah,
and by the way, in case you guys haven't figured it out, and we are joined this morning by Dave Parker, who's the Public Information Officer of the Arkansas Department of Transportation. He's exactly right. If you notice that the best way to deal with this stuff is to let people do this in a what I call a sequential way. Let a person trained to spot it should spot it. A person trained to enforce it should enforce it. And the people trained to take care of those victims should then be handed off to. Reminding all of our friends out there, Dave, that their job is simply to see something and say something, that getting involved beyond that is not their area of expertise. Well put, well said. Speaking of that, by the way, everybody's expertise, though, is not littering. And I think it's really kind of one of the things you want to talk about as well is you guys are making a real kind of focus on litter. And this is a question for you. You can talk about the project itself, the campaign to focus on litter. One of the big complaints a lot of our drivers have, not about Arkansas, but just in general, is that they say, look, I'm really trying hard not to litter, but when I get to rest areas and every single garbage can is brimming over, there's a point where there's certain things I've got to get out of my cab and take care of. Maybe I can find the next place. But talk about strategies of how you guys are dealing with litter.
Arkansas we spend more than $8 million a year just for litter pickup. $8 million, which could go a long way for a lot of pavement projects here, a lot of repair work. We call ourselves the natural state, but yet we have a huge litter problem. So we're kind of saying, look, Arkansas, we've talked about this for years. It's not getting through. We don't have a trash pickup problem. We have a littering problem, a lot of lazy people. And you're right. Yes, at rest areas and welcome centers, we have to make sure we have places for people to dispose of that trash. But we've got to get a hold of this, because it impacts the state in so many ways, from a commercial standpoint, a tourism standpoint. Who wants to drive down we could have the most beautiful highway, freshly paved interstate, and you look over to the left and there's a bunch of trash. Not good. And so, it may not seem like, well, why are y'all tackling litter? Isn't that a minor problem compared to all the things ARDOT has to do? But we're saying we got to get a hold of this as well. Well, yes, 8 million.
Yeah, 8 million.
Go ahead.
8 million reasons. I mean,
Yeah.
I think you said that very well. $8 million. And it's
Yeah.
like you tell people the next pothole you hit in Arkansas, maybe it wasn't fixed because you were so busy throwing stuff out of your cab, or because it's the truth, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just people, and it's a change of behavior, just like distracted driving. We've got to get people to start thinking now, at a young age. Young drivers, hey, don't do it, and then it becomes habit. They find a place to get rid of the litter. They put the cell phone down. All those things have to be taught, because I get it. People get lazy. You get in a rush. You just don't want it, or your cell phone's in your hand and you need it. You just gotta, we've got to get hold of this. And so our director, thankfully, is really, really taking a focus on this and leading the way. And that's another main goal for us, is to reduce littering in Arkansas.
And as you said, free up money for potential road projects, which is what I want to pivot into next. I got some fun questions for you at the end of this, but you guys have you have as always, and I tell people, don't get too upset about construction. Construction often means things are getting better and these projects take time. You guys have construction zones, and it feels like it's a really kind of nice trifecta of focus here. I'm going to focus on making sure the highways are safe for everyone in regards to the focus on human traffic. We're going to make sure that they are presentable places so people can enjoy the beauty that is Arkansas, and we're also going to make sure that people drive safely as they're going around the state to enjoy themselves by remembering about construction sites, upcoming construction work, and how they should behave inside of them. What are you guys doing about it?
Behaving in construction zones, has probably been a main focus since I started in October of 20. Getting a hold of the construction zone crashes. The numbers were extremely high, 21 to 2,200 work zone crashes, and nationwide, but Arkansas was really bad. So we started a campaign simply to slow down, put your phone down, just asking those simple questions. When you're in a construction zone, slow down, put the phone down for that 1 minute you're in a construction zone area. And it's not just for our workers' safety, but also for your safety. Many of these crashes in work zones involve the driver themselves, so this is not just a campaign for our worker, the contract worker out there, but for you. So we've been really focusing on that. You're going to see we've had, this is our 5th year of the Slow Down, Phone Down campaign. We're educating. We've created a school curriculum called Street Smart, which aims a lot at young eventual drivers, teaching them about work zone safety. We've had the law, fortunately, it was changed. Thankfully to our legislators, we've added a section in the driving manual that deals specifically with construction work zone safety. It was not in there before. And so we've been able to change that. So it all, again, goes back to teaching, awareness, and then getting people in that habit of being more mindful and careful in construction work zones.
Let me ask you a question. This is more about process. So you talk about the idea that, slow down, put your phone down. Can you kind of take me through, just from your own kind of, because so much of what you do is about getting the word out. Can you kind of take me through how a project like that gets coordinated, and then how you decide where you're going to focus? I mean, the idea that it's like, if you're saying slow down, put your phone down, some of that is roadside awareness, putting up billboards, making sure that the message is located in areas where people on the road can see it. But you also made mention of like reaching out to schools, reaching out to young drivers. How do you coordinate a project like that from a PR standpoint? I don't think a lot of people understand what it is you do and the depth of what it is you do. We just hear, oh, he's just a guy who talks, just a guy who gets the word out. There's so much logistically that goes into that. Can you kind of give people a sense of what you have to do in order to make an impact with a message like that?
Sure. Unfortunately, it usually starts with the statistics. We see a trend and we say, you know what, with work zone crashes, that number is extremely high. 2021 was a terrible year for work zone crashes. And then, unfortunately, something terrible happens. We lose a maintenance worker. And that prompts us into gear to think, you know what, we've got to get a hold on this. So then we look and see, how are we going to do this? We start with awareness. Okay, well, how are we going to get the word out? What is going to be our target audience? Most of these work zone crashes involve the young driver, 18 to 25. So we then think, okay, we can't create, we try to see what funding is available. Fortunately, there's a lot of federal funding through NHTSA available for safety programs. So then we obtain funds. We think, what's our game plan? We work with an agency to create effective 30-second commercials, PSAs. We determine where we're going to send these messages, because kids 18 to 25 do not read the newspaper. They do not watch local news. So last year, we did a lot of our ads on gaming platforms, Snapchat, things like that, to get to that younger audience so they're actually seeing it. And even if they're not really understanding it right away, organically they are soaking it up, and they're hearing that term, they're hearing that message, slow down, phone down, construction zone, orange. So, it's going to soak in over the years. It's not going to be something we're going to see immediate change, but we have started to see now in 2026, those work zone crash numbers are falling. They're still high, but they're a lot better off than in 21. And then it's awareness. And then actually the third layer that we're getting into this year is more in your face approach. We've spent time letting you know about it. We've told you the numbers. We've told you about enforcement. We've upped enforcement. But now if it's not getting through quickly enough, now we're going to have a campaign this year that's more in your face, where we're talking to victims of work zone crashes, people who've lost family members, people who've had their lives changed because you didn't slow down or put your phone down in a work zone. That's our approach this year.
Yeah, and by the way, the going on Snapchat, going on some of the gaming platforms is really ingenious. You have to go where the information is actually getting consumed, or it ain't going to make the big. I know, by the way, it must put your teeth on end the number of times people had a really good message and gone to the absolutely wrong place to kind of deliver it. You're talking to the air at this point. I don't even know who you're trying to reach, but you're not reaching them. Those kind of strategies really play an important part as well. The other thing people don't realize, that I have to kind of keep reminding them of, truckers can tell you this. Accidents don't happen at 90 miles an hour. I mean, sometimes they do, but the majority of them happen 50. Because somebody's doing 50 when they should be doing 25 in a construction zone, right? A lot of people forget that they were, quote unquote, not doing a high speed. They were simply doing a high speed in the zone that they were in, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those work zones, you're right. I mean, people will see the signs, hey, work zone's coming up. Okay, I'll slow down from 75 to 50, 55, but then they're in that work zone. And, and we're talking about a minute or two driving through that actual work zone. You've got all this awareness and warning and all that, and then you fail to put the phone down. You look at the phone for that split second, and then maybe you rear end the person in front of you, or you slow down too much that the person behind you hits you. So it's just it's frustrating, because it's very easy, common sense requests that we're asking of people. And again, most of these crashes do not involve the workers, which, yes, is a high priority for us. They involve the person, the driver. So it's a campaign for everyone. And again, things are getting better. Things are improving, but it's still a high concern for us.
By the way, a couple of people commented earlier on saying that the TAT training for truckers has been part of the game of the CDL over in Arkansas since Governor Asa Hutchinson. Thank you for that, Trucker Bosun. Nice information coming our way. iDriveArkansas.com gives you all the latest road conditions and access to their 400-plus live traffic cameras. You can find ARDOT, over on Facebook, Instagram, and the X formerly known as Twitter, and go to r.ardot, Arkansas, Department of Transportation.gov to find out more information about what is happening in the moment. Have the safest of days. I hope that you have a very, very, what we say, low-key snowmageddon coming your way. And dude, you're welcome back anytime. Would love to talk to you about your days as a reporter. Just get you back on and explain the connective tissues and what's different about doing PR and reporting. But you can never get away from it, can you? We're always ink-stained wretches at heart, aren't we? So
I live and breathe this, and you know what? This is what I was put on this earth to do, and I really appreciate you inviting me on. I'd be happy to talk anytime.
Thank you, Dave. Go have the best of days and enjoy the wonderful week that is ahead. Get through it.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to come back on the other side, of course, do a little highway to health coming at you about some lifestyle changes you can make in your life. We're not broken. We're just not working the system correctly. That is kind of the center of our next guest, Benjamin Smith, and the conversation he wants to have with the Ultimate Health Model, ultimatehealthmodel.com. We'll be right back.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of the gang on this lovely Tuesday with your host Jimmy Mack and his sidekick to be, Andre Thibodeau.
Sidekick to B, sidekick to M. Sidekick to R, sidekick here, and the once and future present. By the way, Lindsay Lawler has also come and gone. By the way, actually stopped in during Maintenance Matters. We'll have Maintenance Matters up by week's end. Please check for that. That is an actual podcast that can be found on Spotify. Every episode of Maintenance Matters is there for the perusing and the enjoyment. Go to Spotify, head on over to Pandora, any place you get your podcast. You can always find Maintenance Matters. So much of what we do on Tuesdays here is about maintenance. The maintenance of your truck, the maintenance of your route, as we just did with the ARDOT, and the Cobra, Dave Parker, not the Cobra actually. But that was really upsetting, by the way, with the Dave Parker, the MLB great. Dude actually was denied to be in the Hall of Fame because of some personal problems he had. And there's far worse people in the Hall of Fame as human beings than Dave Parker. And then he finally gets in. He's 1 month from induction, and he dies. And his wife was terrific, though. She said he knew. That's the big thing. He'd already been inducted, so he knew. He went to his grave knowing that he would be in the hall with Babe Ruth, with Willie Stargell, with all those guys he played for when he was part of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And that legacy continues.
Continues. It does, by the way. The Guinness World Records, by the way, announced the UPS Store's nautical-themed float in this year's Rose Parade earned the record of largest animatronic fish. The New Year's Day Parade float centerpiece, a massive technical seahorse, was confirmed by the record-keeping organization to measure 28 feet by 10 feet by 1 inch by 12 feet by 3 inches. Woo, that's a big old seahorse, man.
Boy.
See, the thing is, if you focus on stuff like this, it puts you in a better mindset and puts you on a highway to health, which we turn to now. Benjamin Smith, by the way, is the founder and CEO of Ultimate Health Model, a disruptive approach that addresses underlying reasons for health issues. He's a certified health coach. He's got a passion for sharing information to help you get well. His new book, Why Are You Sick? How to Reclaim Your Health with the Ultimate Health Model, empowers readers to not just survive, but to thrive. And you can learn more, by the way, at ultimatehealthmodel.com. It's our absolute pleasure to introduce Benjamin Smith on the show. Is it Ben or Benjamin? What do we like to go by here? Ben?
Ben or Benjamin, that's fine.
Oh no, we go with what you want to go with. Good morning, welcome aboard, welcome to Road Gang Radio, and thank you for all you do to keep people on the healthy path on the highway. So how's your morning treating you?
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, is your morning going good?
Yeah, I'm over here in Cali. It's 6:30 a.m. It's still dark, but you know what? It's trying to keep people healthy. You gotta do whatever you gotta do.
Amen, man, and we appreciate you getting up.
Yeah. By the way, I used to do the show from California, so I would do it rather than from. Used to do it at 6 o'clock in the morning. I would start, so it was. I did a 4 to 8 show California time, so I've gotten a little bit more relaxed since I've been doing it here in New Orleans, and we moved the starting hour to 7. But you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, at the core of what you're talking about is that people aren't broken; they're simply using the machine they've been given wrong. Is that a kind of a fair 30,000-foot view of what you're kind of getting here?
Absolutely. That is exactly correct. So people have been given a machine that is pretty much perfect. And what's going on is you don't have the map. So people, this is for, you know, people on the road and driving and truckers, stuff like that. How are you going to get anywhere if you don't have a map?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you're providing that in many ways, and you're providing it in the midst of a crisis. Can you talk a little bit about the fact of what the American Hospital Association has found from its studies, that half the population is suffering from at least one chronic illness? What does that mean? What does that mean for us?
Doesn't mean anything good. That means that, you know, most people, I'm 56. Most people my age are on many medications, many pills, have some kind of chronic issue, and it's completely preventable, most of them. And what we just said a second ago is that people have not been shown the map. So it's about asking why, and if you want to ask why, you can get to the answers. But a lot of people just blindly go, okay, I have diabetes, I have heart disease, I have migraine headaches, I'll take a pill or a drug. But if you ask the underlying questions why, which is what I did, it helps you get to the answers.
So that's the kind of thing I want to talk about, the idea that you are basically encouraging a sense of self-reflection and inventory to kind of begin this process. So like I said, one of the things that all of our drivers here do, that they take care of their trucks in ways that sometimes they don't take care of their bodies. Everybody understands that in order to drive a truck for a living, you have to do what they call a pre-trip. That's, by the way, having gone through a lot of your content, a lot of your material, your book, and everything, there's a lot of similarities here to how we handle our truck. And truck drivers do a pre-trip. They actually have to do a complete inventory of if their machine is in fact working properly, check tubes, all that kind of stuff. So talk a little bit about the inventory that you have to do before you begin your holistic approach.
Yeah, so you basically have to, you know, every day, you know, and so the model I made, and so we're on the radio, it's, people can't see it. You've seen it. It's really a model, a checklist of, okay, what am I doing right on this side of the model? What am I doing wrong on this side of the model? And it's a red side and a green side. If you kind of want to, you know, explain it to the listeners, like I said, there's no one, you can't see it until you go to the actual website at ultimatehealthmodel.com. But it's a checklist. Okay, so for example, there's a green side and a red side of the model, and the green side's the good side, the red side's the side you try to want to avoid. And on the green side, you have proper diet, you know, sufficient sleep, exercise. Lower your stress level, everything everyone knows. On the red side, you have processed food, not getting enough sleep, you know, not managing your stress. But on the green side, there's things that the people, drivers might not know. Stuff like grounding, connecting to nature, meditating are very, very important. Something called circadian rhythms, which is the sun, the way the sun and the light affects your biology, which is critically important. This is probably one of the most important things that no one really discusses. Getting your morning light in your eyes and evening light in your eyes, that sets the body's timing. If you don't do that, the body's confused. So it's like a watch. If you don't do that, the body thinks, okay, well, we're going to do this stuff during the day that we should be doing at night, and the stuff we're doing at night we should be doing during the day, which causes something called chronic inflammation, which maybe your listeners might understand.
I'll tell you this: the inflammation is really the key. Because my father-in-law, Dave Nemo, who this whole world kind of basically begins with, he made a decision. He had a heart attack a decade ago, and he made a decision to really change his health and his lifestyle. And it's significant. If you look at the way he looks younger in regards to health 10 years later than he did back then. And one of the things that he just found out recently, everything checked out, but he was actually approaching once again pre-diabetic. And one thing that he started to focus on now is visceral fat and inflammation. A lot of people don't understand inflammation in this way, that it is the beginning of the problem starting. And if caught early enough, it is one of the places where just a few tweaks in our life can make a difference. The thing that I really like about your model is, so you actually write on the website, eat this, not that, take this supplement, follow this protocol, and then try harder. And you say that's what most health advice feels like. I kept thinking about try harder because I kept thinking about the fact that if you bring a high-stress personality, an ungrounded lifestyle, even if you are doing a lot of things right, you're still increasing stress, which means you're still increasing inflammation, right? You want people to get grounded before they do any of the other important stuff, right?
You're exactly right, And a lot of people focus on diet. You know, we have the new food pyramid that came out. Everyone's worried about diet. Diet is really not, diet's important, but there's things, like I said, the circadian rhythms and your grounding and your stress is way more important than diet. You know, here's something really interesting that people, the listening, are find very interesting. The Egyptians, they had atherosclerosis. And you might have heard about this in some of you, if you read about this. But there are people say, oh, it's because they were eating meat and that's why. Well, they had a really heavy bread diet. And so the carbs cause inflammation, the refined carbs, because they relied mostly on that. But what people don't understand about the Egyptians is that their stress level, even though they were grounding and in sun and had no shoes and were in nature, all that's great, but the stress of not sleeping from risk of invasion or war or someone trying to hurt them or an animal trying to kill them, that is that is probably the most important thing, is why they had the atherosclerosis, because they were always under constant threat of something happening that nobody talks about, and that stress level is probably more important for your health than all these other things combined, like we just talked about.
It's interesting, by the way, speaking of history, I read a really great piece in The Atlantic one time that argued in regards to sleep, because of our evolutionary need to kind of be vigilant and alert and not get eaten by things bigger than us, is that we have adjusted to the point where we get as little sleep as possible. And I don't mean that we should get more sleep, but we are biologically designed in our machinery, unlike a lot of other animals, that we only need to sleep. We don't have a hibernation period. We only need to sleep 7 to 8 hours a night, and that is not a big sleep period when you look at other mammals. We actually are designed that. But here's the thing. That's the limit of how little we should sleep. A lot of people don't understand that, and we live in a time period. You point out beautifully the fear of invasion, all that kind of stuff. We live in a time period, particularly in this country, where we actually have an opportunity to sleep. And yet for some reason, we've decided, oh no, FOMO, I'm not missing anything. I'm going to work, and then I'm getting home, and then I'm watching streaming, and then I'm going to the gym. It's a problem. And the idea that rest is really at the center of all this stuff, isn't it?
And that's extremely important. And so let me kind of break this down. So in the book and in my website, we talk about this the body being a city of cells. I live in Los Angeles. You live over in New Orleans. Think of your body as a city, okay? And at night, what happens in a city? The lights go down, repair work happens, there's not a lot of traffic on the roads, everything's quiet and calm. That's exactly what's happening in your body. And your body's not actually a city, but it's the analogies are exactly the same. So when you don't sleep, imagine the lights being on in a city 24 hours a day. Everything's rushing around 24 hours a day. There's no time for repairs. And repairs only happen at night. They happen a little bit during the day in quote unquote Cell City, but most happen at night. So if you are stressed out, you're not sleeping, you're worried about something, all that causes inflammation, which keeps the quote unquote lights on in Cell City, and nothing ever calms down. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. And the other thing is, too, because it's going to set up something I'm going to talk to you, because there are people who have to be up all night. There are people who have to live by night. But there are there are strategies for them to create the illusion. We'll get to that in a second here. But it's important. I always tell people, my father had a great line. We'd be driving late at night, overnight, and we would see trucks on the road. And I would know people that would get really upset or tense around trucks at night. My father would just say, dude, we shouldn't even be here. This is these people's time. That there is a whole world of people who repair our world. And part of we got to figure out ways to take care of them too. But most people, what is the great line from Flip Wilson? The good news about sneaking around at 4 o'clock in the morning is if you run into somebody else, they're sneaking too. And that's kind of the truth of the matter, is the fact that it's like, you need to ask yourself the question, why am I awake? And if it ain't a damn good reason, maybe you should go to bed, right?
I love that. Well, and that's the thing, is that's why the model is so perfect. So if you have to be up at night, then you need to drink something called structured water, and then go to my website. They can learn about it, because structured water is the missing link that nobody talks about in these inflammation conversations, because most people don't know what it is. Something called fulvic and humic acid. Those are supplements that have all the minerals that your body needs to run it, in. And it's a supplement that comes from nature, and it's made by basically these things called microbes in the soil. You need to ground yourself. So you need to do all those things on the green side as best you can to offset the fact that you are working at night. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. And just on a joking fashion, I'm in fairly good shape, as is my producer Dre. Somebody asked me, my mom actually, and a number of people said, you've lost a little bit of weight over the last 2 months. And they said, what did you do? I said, well, I stopped eating so much bread, and actually, anytime I wanted to have anything involving bread, I'd say, why don't I just substitute a glass of water for it? And that at the center of all of this is the idea that we were talking earlier with the head of maintenance from Travel Centers of America, and he and I were talking that when you start your engine on a cold day, it is essentially you're introducing wind chill factor into the engine. You're shocking it to a large degree, and that one of the great kind of ballast against that is to make sure you have the right oils and the right fluids inside of it, because we dry out in the winter, and if we remember that water is our oil. I mean, water is to us what oil is to an engine. That's it, right? I mean, that's the key to all of this, right?
Well, and something called the mitochondria. Those are the quote unquote engines of the cells. So they function like engines. So it works like a diesel engine. And interestingly enough, saturated fat acts like diesel fuel for the mitochondria. So it's the most stable, the most longest lasting, and the least reactive, just like engines. And so when saturated fats have been demonized for 50 years, it doesn't even make sense, because that's what your body prefers to run on. And when you run on sugar, it's like running on gasoline, which produces a lot of fumes and toxins. And in the body, they're called reactive oxygen species, which is like the pollution from a gas engine. So these analogies are so really close that's what's going to help people really understand and answer their own health questions and stop being afraid of their health, because they'll understand how your body really works.
Let me ask you a question, and it's something that actually I'm asking a question. I don't know the answer, but it's a hunch that I have. So one of our regular listeners is on. It's not a pure carnivore diet. I mean, he understands the need for other stuff, but in many ways, he's got a pretty good lifestyle, pretty good balance in his life. And I was wondering if sometimes we hear about people who have these kind of strange diets and yet seem to be the perfect picture of health, then somebody else does the same diet, ends up either emaciated or obese. Is it possible that a lot of the people who have those strange diets, and they may know this or they may not, they also have a really balanced, grounded lifestyle? They're getting enough sleep, that it's amazing that you can do a lot of mixing. And I don't know the answer, so you can tell me no, but that you can have a little bit, maybe an odd diet, but it doesn't matter because you're getting the rest you need and you're actually taking care of yourself. So the food is being used properly overnight when you sleep.
Yes, so that's important. So, one person could eat a carnivore diet and be healthy and feel great, and the other person could eat that and get emaciated, or not emaciated, but not feel so well, have gut problems. It all has to do with, like the model, like you said. You're getting enough sleep. Is this person sleeping enough? Are they drinking structured water? Are they having less stress? Are they nose breathing? Remember on my model, we talked about breathing. If you breathe through your mouth, you're creating chronic inflammation because the body needs oxygen, and when you mouth breathe, you get less oxygen. It sounds paradoxical, but that's true.
Benjamin, you are going to fall in love with this show, because every morning when Dre and I started before we go to the national anthem, and this was encouraged by my co-host Lindsay, we are all told we start the whole morning by breathing directly through our nose, and but it's a habit you've got to. It's amazing because
you have to do it.
Yeah, and it's like
a matter of your health.
I was going to ask you this: are people not doing it because they're not getting enough sleep, and that sleep is the thing that regulates us? That when we're sleeping properly, we're breathing through our nose, and if we're breathing through our nose when we're sleeping, it means when we wake up, we do it reflexively as opposed to pulling air in through our mouth. Is that what's happening?
So the reason people breathe through their mouth during the day or at night is because in the daytime, chronic inflammation from eating carbs or stress or anything that's causing inflammation might plug up your nasal passages because inflammation causes swelling. So people can't breathe through their nose. They breathe through their mouth, and it's a vicious cycle. The more you breathe through your mouth, the less you can breathe through your nose.
And I got to tell you, man, that's the thing, too. I realize there's so many habits we develop in our sleep and how our body functions. We don't realize it. It's the most extended period of the day you have to do nothing except for focus on the bodily functions at their most basic level, right? I mean, that's really the key. And sleep hygiene is also a big problem as well, too. I left a light on last night, and I swear to God, it ruined my morning because the light came into the room in such a way that I woke up and I thought it was like 2 hours later than it actually was, which got me up with a start. Because I got up, and it was a genuine mistake. I didn't realize it. I got so tired, I turned over and turned off the lamp light by the bed and didn't realize the bathroom light was on. So when I woke up, it woke me up. I thought I was running late. And go ahead.
And the body says, "Oh, it's time to get up. It's time to start cortisol. It's time to get things rolling. It's time to get Cell City operational." When it's still supposed to be dark and they're supposed to be repairing. And you see the timing of the body is so sensitized and synchronized that you have to keep it in synchronous and synchronized like that. Otherwise, that's what happens.
By the way, guys, you can go to Ultimate Health Model at youtube.com, by the way, to get more information as well. Benjamin, of course, is joining us this morning talking about that Ultimate Health Model. I want to kind of pivot. We focused a lot on diet. That's been from me, not from you. Sleep, that we both think is so important. How do we start? Like I said, this is the other thing I always ask people. So it's a good book. It's got a lot of great information. But give people a sense of, once they kind of begin to dive into the book, where do we begin? Because there's some people who can actually come into your book midway through, I think, and be like, hey, I made a lot of right decisions. Where can we go from here? How do we start, though?
Yeah, so you know what? There's a couple ways. If you go to my website at ultimatehealthmodel.com, we have consulting sessions. So they're not coaching sessions, they're consulting. So we show you how Cell City operates, and then you can start answering your own health questions. That's one of the better ways, because then you can start taking agency over your own health once you understand how Cell City operates. The other way is to get the book, start reading it, get the audio book. The audio book is a movie in your ears. It's like nothing people have most likely ever heard before, because we're taking health and turning it into a movie. And most health books, audio books, narrations are one person narrating the book, the same material. We have basically two different books. We have our print book, and then the audio book is the same concepts, but told through our cartoon characters we created in a comedy routine meets science lesson meets podcast all in one. So for the truckers listening, this is perfect for you. You can listen to all this stuff, have fun, it's engaging, entertaining, immersive, and you'll just 6 hours will fly by like that, and you can learn, and you can put it on repeat or, replay a section, but that's another way for sure. The model, there's so many ways they can help themselves. They go to our website, they send us a message. We're here for people, whatever they need.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is the fact that, one of the things I like about the generosity and spirit of what is kind of going on here too, is that you're not telling people, it's almost the exact opposite when, we get to those last of those four things that all health plans tend, try harder. You're like, wait a minute. You're the exact opposite. You're like, wait. How about we start with taking it easy? How about you give yourself a frickin' break for a second here, take a deep breath, and maybe cut yourself some slack, because I will tell you, the times in my life when I've been in the best health, I have been like, you know what? It ain't going to get done today. Something can get done today, but the whole enchilada with the burrito on the side, that ain't happening, right?
No, it's not. And the thing about that is that people with what we're doing, we're removing the fear of their health. So when they hear something like cholesterol is bad and saturated fat's bad and eggs are bad and you hear it every day, all day long. There's something, Tylenol is bad. Once you understand how Cell City, your body works, you can release all that fear. It's so liberating once you understand how this works, and that's why I really encourage the consulting sessions, because it just, the stress level goes way down when you understand how all these things work. You have to be afraid of food and stress, and right?
Yeah, that's the thing it really is about lifting that fear. It really is about kind of giving, like I said, getting down to the core of this is. I just feel like that we beat ourselves up for not being in shape or not taking care of ourselves, which in the process becomes a self-defeating cycle where we're causing stress, and that's causing inflammation, and on we go. Where are you headed next? What's going on with you this week? You got any engagements or places you're stopping by, or just busting your ass, making sure people don't bust their ass and do it right?
I've got some more podcasts coming up. I've got a potential speaking engagement in Las Vegas at something called COSI, which is a fundraiser for people trying to understand these things, citizen scientists, and a collaboration of people trying to understand how all this stuff works. So that's in a couple months. Hopefully we'll be able to speak there. But there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, we're just plugging away, doing the consulting, trying to help people, because it's, as you know, so many people have a condition now, and it's unnecessary. Most things that people are suffering from are unnecessary, and I'm here to help people get rid of their fear and understand their body in a way as a system. An engineering system, and when you understand it as an engineering system, a lot of engineers listening go, oh yeah, it makes a lot more sense that things don't just happen randomly. They're all happening for a reason.
By the way, Benjamin Smith, along with being the CEO of UltimateHealthModel.com, I'm going to declare you the mayor of Ultimate Health Model. You can find him over at Amazon. The book Why Are You Sick is over there as well. Instagram, Ultimate Health Model. YouTube, Ultimate Health Model. And then on LinkedIn, you can find Benjamin at Benjamin Smith. Just find the one that says Ultimate Health Model. It's great to have you. You're welcome back anytime. Happy hunting, happy sleeping, happy living, and happy loving. Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you very much.
We're going to come back on the other side of this with open phone lines before our first guest, Tom Piazza, drops in and joins us. Don't forget the Military Museum is coming up as well, too. Phone Master Dre and I are opening those phones up at 615-292-6366. Last four digits spell what?
Oh, Nemo.
Jump in. Hey ho, Nemo, what do you know? Truckdown.com. You got to get up and get down with Truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997, and so can you.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Hey guys, kind of strange, by the way. I'm so used to seeing Lindsay's face on a video monitor from Franklin, Tennessee, over at the Accushore Studios. I'm over here at the Fastport Studios. Go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and find out what they are doing actually to help keep moving the mission forward for military veterans leaving their service and wanting to serve their country in a different way, or young people looking to onboard into the new and modern economy. As I said before, nationalapprenticeship.org or fastport.com. And a really quick note, my friend Chowder wants to know, is it in Lexington, Kentucky, the National Museum of Military Vehicles? No, it is not. Actually, it's over in Dubois, Wyoming, of all places. So actually, you might be closer than you think, although that area of the country is much bigger than most people think when they look at it. That's a lot of territory. We'll be talking about the mission of the museum, their collection, what you can find over on their YouTube channel, the scope of U.S. military history the museum currently covers, what their plans for expansions are, the programs that they have that are geared towards reducing veteran suicide and providing support for veterans and their family, and of course, educational programs. Can't wait to have him on. He's been on before. Dan Starks is the founder and chairman of the National Museum of Military Vehicles. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's coming up to end this show, by the way, and then after that, it will give way to another edition, encore, of Trucking with OOIDA. Want to give a big thanks to Dave Parker of ARDOT. Of course, Benjamin just did the Highway to Health. We're going to talk about that in a second. And the inestimable Inestimable, Kevin Lindsay, the Lindsay with the E from Travel Centers of America, who joined us for another edition of Maintenance Matters. All of that will be available when this show posts, both on YouTube and all your favorite podcast platforms. As Dre and I said before the break, you can give us a call at 615-292-6366. 6366 is what?
Oh, Nemo.
Love it, learn it, know it. I really like Benjamin's approach. Like I said, I mean, there's a lot of people who, talk about inflammation a lot too. And, and he never really comes out and says it directly. It isn't kind of the mantra. It is simply there in the material. He goes through it a lot. He kind of digs into this, Dre, is the fact that people need to start cutting themselves a slack. I got to lose weight. That's a quick way not to.
Yeah.
I need to cut back on what I'm eating. It's a quick way not to. Veins in my neck. Yeah, not going to happen. And it's really important, guys, that throttling yourself is one of the best surefire ways of getting a little information going. Incremental victories. Lindsay and I talked about this with Dre a couple of weeks ago, my old partner, and the guy I worked with also in the New Orleans public school system. He would always just say, he said, incremental victories are the victory. The idea that, doing one little tiny thing and moving forward. Chowder called us this morning and said he fell off the wagon. And I don't think it's really fair, though. I think Dre was very kind and right. A nice combination. When you can be kind and correct and right, it's a beautiful combination. It's kind of like when good politics is also the right thing to do. It doesn't come around often, so we should take advantage of it. But to remember, too, that it's only falling off the wagon if it turns into a month off the wagon.
Oh, God, 100%.
If you fall off the wagon and get right back on the wagon, you're fine.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, it should be part of your strategy. I've always said that even when I am doing a intermittent fast model, 12 to 8, 11 to 7, 1 to 9, which are the best times to do it, by the way. Marshall made a good point, and we'll come back to this. Breakfast, it doesn't mean break away fast.
Yeah.
That's not what it means. Marshall's right. It means to break the fast of both the evening, your sleeping period, and the morning. And when you hear people say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, how insidious marketers are. They're right. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. The first thing you decide to put into your body is the most important meal of the day, because it then sets up what you will or will not need for the rest of the day. It doesn't mean, though, that breakfast must be immediately after you wake up. And it does not mean that anything that you eat in the morning, breakfast as the most important meal of the day has become, you need to eat something immediately when you wake up. That's not the same thing at all.
Nope.
That doesn't have any of the same thing. And at some point, you need to eat immediately when you wake up, and eating anything when you wake up is really important. A carb bomb with carbs, by their very nature, have sugar in them. They get turned into sugar. A carb bomb with actual sugar injected into it is a disaster in the morning. It gets you sluggish. It makes your brain foggy and cloudy. I'm not talking woo stuff here. A little sweet here, a little sweet there. Fine. God bless you. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. But the idea that the first meal you eat of the day needs to have as many of the nutrients you need for the rest of the day contained inside of it, which is why you'll often see people eating like 11 or 12, eating a nice balanced lunch or a nice balanced breakfast. What is, eggs, bacon, all that kind of stuff. That's all great, but you don't need to eat that at 6 o'clock in the morning when you wake up at 5:30.
Yeah.
You just don't need to do that.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people forget that. There's a lot of men who think that, a lot of full-grown men. Look, here's the thing. Females have different dietary needs. People who are sick have different dietary needs. Children have different dietary needs. But we talk to a lot of guys between about 40 and 65 on this show. You don't need to eat all day. You just don't. As a matter of fact, by the way, I have one point of disagreement with Benjamin. We're not a perfect machine. The problem with the machine we have is it can't distinguish hunger from thirst.
Exactly, because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, he said being mindful, and same with you, but also like how you said, be kind to yourself. Don't beat yourself up and sit there and just be patient. Like, take it over time. But yeah, waking up in the morning and just straight eating something, that makes me want to go back to sleep. And,
it's a disaster.
Dude, drinking water with a little Himalayan pink salt. Wait, don't drink ice cold water. And that's from my experience. I'm not sitting here from a professional being like, this is what not to do and this is how to do it. But just from my experience and from what has helped other people, from what I've told, Put a little pink salt and a little room temperature water. It'll help you in the morning.
Yeah. The other thing about ice cold water, which by the way you can have in the morning, can be really effective. It's really, really good. Ice cold water is really good as a way of kind of, if you're feeling a little sluggish in the morning, is a really hell of a way to kind of wake yourself up. But if you're drinking ice cold water in the morning, it means you're drinking it as something to kind of get you going as opposed to something for your stomach. What Dre's talking about is room temperature water with a little salt in there has in many ways the same kind of effects that bullet coffee has for some people.
Yeah.
It really is. It kind of gets your stomach settled, kind of gets you off to the right start. The other thing about breakfast, there is not an exception. There is a model though where if you do want to eat early, then do a big power walk or a jog or some kind of workout when you get up in the morning, because then you're accelerating the burn from the night before and here's the thing. This is why intermittent fasting really works, because it literally is, if you had a good mom or a good dad or a good caregiver as a kid, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. I mean, it's basically your mom's telling you the kitchen's closed. What time did your mom close the kitchen when you came home from school? Right around 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right around 7 o'clock. And you need to eat more as a kid. That's the other thing, too, because you got to grow.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Man, your mom cooked? That must be nice.
Oh, my mom still cooks, dude.
I know, right? I was like, man, my mom was really good at making Hot Pockets, but she was awesome in other areas. But, but if we need to be fed, she would fix up a little something, but she didn't cook often.
My mom cooks, and this is interesting, too. I was thinking about this last night. I want everybody, this is something else. This is me being grateful, and we'll get to the phone here in a second. This is me being grateful. Somebody talked about, and we've been very honest about it. We were not treated well when we made our exit from the previous platform. There's been a lot of stress around this. Some people weren't able to handle it. It was really stressful, and it caused a lot of stress. And we figured out who's tough, and we figured out who isn't, and we figured out people who are tough who want to go be tough someplace else. And that's a cool thing, too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff we can talk about that. But one of the things about this situation is somebody said, I'm so sorry this has happened to you. And I said, wait a minute. I am in a unique position that I have people that love me so much. I have a mom. Being away from my wife is hard. I won't lie to you. But I have a mom who still insists at 82 years of age of cooking full meals on a regular basis. Now, there's a lot of heavy lifting that goes on around her now, meaning like, don't you think for a minute she's washing dishes? We're like up on our feet doing all that stuff. There's a lot of trade-offs, but she actually, if we didn't tell her to stop, she would keep on doing. I read this thing the other day about luxuries that people don't realize are luxuries. And number one was hot shower. It wasn't like in order, but this guy said the ability to take a hot shower is a luxury that people don't even appreciate.
Oh, God, right?
Number two, if you're over 50 and your mother is still alive and in her wits and you have a good relationship with her, that's a gift.
You're lucky, my friend.
You are a lucky human being. And to really kind of sit down and look at stuff like that and to see for all the complaints and grievance that we have out there, both in life and on the highway, if in fact you got that kind of stuff going for you. We got a phone call coming in. Who do I got?
Oh, man, we got good old Marshall. Let's see what this guy's got for
Heard
us
it in
this
the
morning.
love song, Can't Be Wrong. Marshall Platter is
Hello,
here.
sir.
Hey, you guys said my name 3 times. I'm like Beetlejuice. I had to call.
I understand.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I understand. Yeah, dude. Go ahead.
A couple things that you mentioned there I want to remark on, and a lot of people overlook this, is the brain itself is an organ. It's a muscle almost inside the body.
100%.
Inflammation not only affects muscles and joints and stuff, it affects the brains. There's been, in fact, I don't know what it is, Hopkins, whatever, the big hospital and stuff is in the midst of doing a major study and has shown that inflammation in the brain affects the people with schizophrenia and all these other deals, and that if you can reduce their inflammation by changing their diets, it helps improve their health much more so than medication does. Everybody always talks about with medication that the chemical imbalance inside the body and stuff. There's never been any kind of peer-reviewed study that shows that that's true. It's a myth. So, but inflammation, just think about this. You know, you've seen the tests in all the weird movies where the mad scientist is putting the probe into the brain of the frog or the rat, and it's causing them to have constant pleasure and stuff, and it changes their head. Same thing with the brain. If you have an inflammation that's hitting a particular area of the brain, it can change how you think, what your mood is. Like I say, schizophrenia and all these other things. And the other thing that I always point out to people, or I mention when I can, when we're discussing stuff like this, is portion control. That's another myth. Look across the whole planet. Look at all the other mammals, which is what we are. Name one mammal besides humans that does portion control. None of them do. They all eat till they're full. Now, they make portion control because they're starving and they can't find anything to eat. They haven't been able to kill something to eat. But once they do get something to eat, they eat till they're full. And that's what happens with a lot of people when they go on these diets and stuff, that strict portion control, you know, X number of calories and carbs and this, that, next thing, is they eat what they're supposed to according to the program, but they're still hungry. They're not full. And what happens is shortly thereafter, they just can't take it, and they go ahead and eat again, and then they throw themselves all off, or as you were talking, they fall off the wagon. But if you eat the right things and you eat till you're comfortably full, I'm not talking about sitting there and just gorging yourself. I'm just talking about eating enough until you're comfortably full. You're not hungry anymore. You can push away from it and go on. And that really is very key to being healthy.
I'm not going to contradict you. I'm going to make this a little more complex. I think one of the other problems with portion control that people run into is the fact that portion control. All right, so a lot of people did the Atkins diet, okay? And what they did was they read the first two chapters. They read the first two chapters of the book and then really didn't go further enough through it, where the beginning of the Atkins diet basically says to remove carbohydrates from your diet. And in doing that, what you can then do is you see a big substantial weight gain. The rest of the book kind of then talks about the idea of reintroducing complex carbs, the stuff that you actually need. The thing about portion control, and I don't have a problem with it, but if it doesn't come along with eating slower, you end up having a really big problem. That's what causes the issue. And I think we are also one of the few species that actually eats for pleasure, eats for genuine dopamine pleasure, that it brings us more than just sustenance, it brings us like enjoyment. And so what you get is that when people eat too fast, they race ahead of the food, and in doing so, they fill themselves up and don't realize they're full, and that's why people will keep eating and then realize, oh my God, I feel absolutely bloated. Portion control, I think, is one of those things that is taught to people without teaching them why they're doing it, is to control portions, push away, and then realize, oh shit, I ate too much. And I think in many ways, Marshall, what you're on to, and absolutely right, is to enjoy your food. That's the biggest thing, to take the time while you eat your food and not race through it. But I think you're right that portion control is a terrible process if we don't tell people why they're controlling their portions. And it's not just about controlling your calories, it's about feeling good when you're done eating. Go ahead, brother.
Well, you talk about dopamine, and they have plenty of board-certified clinical studies to show this too, that sugar is more addictive than cocaine, meth, any of these stuff, and that actually creates, and we've all experienced it. There's a place out in California I used to like to start. They make a beautiful Italian lemon wedding cake, it's like Boston cream in the middle and the cake on top. It's always covered with nice powdered sugar and stuff. Man, I take that first bite and it's damn near sexual.
Oh, no, it is. It's not damn near. It is. It is, brother.
On the money.
Let me tell you something. There is, I kid you not, and Dre will back me up, there's And when you get back down in New Orleans, next time you come, there is a bakery out in Lakeview called Celtica.
Oh.
And I went and picked up an almond croissant. And their almond croissant and their almond chocolate croissant, I actually cut a sliver for Dre. And I said, I'll let Dre explain what happened.
Well, I was about to say, I just got to eat it in private. It's a situation. All right.
I mean, it was the revelation. I mean, basically, I ate this pastry, and Lazarus. I mean, I heard Christ go, "Lazarus, come forth." I mean, that was just, that was the reality.
So
of
we
it.
understand
So
you.
I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Go on, please. Continue.
You're getting a major dopamine rush is what's happening because it's the sugar and the memory. You know, your brain, especially if you're eating something you've eaten before and you know how good it really is. There's memory involved in all this too. But I mean, it is a dope. Sorry about the beeping. It is a dopamine rush that you're getting from the food, and they, like I say, they've done the studies on this. This is definitely true, and that's why they put sugar in almost everything we eat nowadays. Any processed food you buy, it's going to have sugar in it. You just got to look through the labels. It's there. You'll see it, and it's all usually under the added sugar. Wait a minute, if it already had natural sugar, why did you have to add more? You added more to get me addicted to it.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it, brother. That's exactly it. The idea that it is essentially the same thing as pumping in extra oxygen into a casino. It's the same thing. Okay, so we've talked about the good model of marketing, right? The idea of the Raymond Lowry model of marketing, where if you want to introduce anything old, we actually wrap it in the future. And if we want to introduce anything that is brand spanking new, we wrap it in the nostalgia of the past. The other thing is, though, the darkest version of that is the same person that pumps in massive amounts of AC and oxygen into a movie theater while also making sure that the butter that they use in the popcorn fills the entire space. And the idea is to basically tap in. You're tapping into a... It is no surprise that Proust's great novel is called A Remembrance of Things Past when the book opens up with him biting into La Madeleine. He bites into a pastry, and the pastry then sets off the entire novel of him remembering what the memory around that bite is for. Absolutely right, is that food with certain chemicals and certain sugars in it can deliver us to a place that we used to be. And you're spot on about that. What's the rest of your day look like, Marshall?
Well, it's warmed up a little bit. Let me see. I think it's just -7 now, so I'm up here in northern Minnesota, heading down to Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, pick up some parts to run down to Laredo. Hopefully, Texas, Laredo will be above zero down there when I get there. But, it's like anything else, you learn how to deal with it. I have insulated coveralls. I have some wool socks over my regular compression socks, waterproof boots. I waterproof all my boots because I always, as soon as I buy a pair of boots, I soak them down inside and out with mink oil, and then softens the leather up, waterproofs them, and I treat them a couple of times like that during the lifespan that I have. Although these are my work boots, and they're almost 20 years old, so that tells you what kind of lifespan they had. But it's part of the job. You buy the right equipment to deal with it. I have, like I say, insulated coveralls, long sleeve shirts, thermal shirts. I have jackets and everything else. Put my sock cap on, pull it down over my ears. If it's windy out, I'll go ahead and wear my balaclava, which only has slots for my eyes, because any exposed skin, when you get down in 20 below, is it's going to get frostbite. I keep saying bright, but frostbite in a matter of minutes. So you just got to be prepared for it. Just got to be smart and know how to deal with it. That's all.
Yeah, dude, if you ever get a chance, by the way, and it's available, you should read Peter, our friend Peter Stark's book, Last Breath. One of the chapters is on frostbite and how you can freeze to death, and it is one of the most terrifying things I've ever read. Marshall, thank you for the phone call. I love you, as the good pastor says, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, my friend?
You guys have a great day. See you you next time.
Thank you. And we'll give him an official introduction once we get him on the air in his official interview time. But what the hell, Tom Piazza's here and wrote one of the best books about New Orleans, Why New Orleans Matters, that I've ever gotten a chance to read. It's a guy who's actually been praised by Bob Dylan, Douglas Brinkley, a whole bunch of other really groovy people. And I think he's pretty damn good, too. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Hey, Dave. Good morning
Jim.
to you.
I'm Jimmy. I'm Jimmy.
But it says Dave.
I
right
know.
here,
It says Dave Nemo. It's on his side of the desk. That's
I
why.
know you're Jimmy. How you doing?
Set you up for
Good.
success.
Good to see. Actually, I know Tom's work really well, and it's good to have him here in studio. By the way, yeah, we have a good friend of ours, Peter Stark, is the author of a number of books. He has a segment on the show, by the way, Tom, called "The Last Empty Places" by Peter Stark, where he took a map of the United States at night and wherever there weren't lights, the four darkest places, he went there. And either he took his family there with him, or he actually went there by himself. He didn't take his family to the high Oregon deserts. That would have been really problematic. But he went to the other places. He's got a book called Last Breath, where he looks at ways you can die in the wilderness. And what he's done is he uses historical research and the science behind it, but he tells these fictional stories of what it's like to die. And in freezing weather, when he explained why it is people tear their clothes off, when you find people like with hardly any clothes on having frozen to death, why that is the last thing your body does as its final line of defense is that it floods your capillaries with every bit of heat and blood it possibly can to save your life. And that's why you'll see people without their shirts on, without their gloves on, is it's one last attempt by your body to get you up to your feet, to race for the porch or wherever you have to get. It's really kind of crazy. Speaking of crazy, you heard Marshall is like freezing his took us off up there, but pretty prepared. This is kind of cold for New Orleans, huh? This is kind of
This?
yeah.
Oh yeah. This is definitely on the lower side of the scale.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the snow we had last year. We just missed that snow. By the way, Andre, what you got?
Well, I was going to say, I can never complain about weather around here whenever I talk to guys like Marshall. When he's saying below something, I was like, I'll never know how that is down here.
Oh, yeah, dude. The 2 weeks in Maine, we go to Maine for those 2 weeks for Rees Across America.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, man. And I'm a guy who can handle cold. I spend time all over the country. Yeah, there are places where it's like, that's cold.
Yeah.
To the point where you start hoping for snow, because I don't know if you know this. No, snow warms things up for a moment. That literally you have these stillness. When a real snow begins to fall, you're like, oh, thank God.
That's funny. That's true. I'm actually from up north originally, so I was acclimated to that. And when I came down here initially, it was the other end of things. So I was just, man, it's so hot. Can I take my skin off? You know?
Oh, yeah.
But now I'm used to this, and so 45 degrees is getting a little kind of. Where's my coat?
Remember Tom Dent's great line, why were there no race riots during the civil rights movement in the late 60s? When it's too damn hot to riot. I mean, and by the way, I know what he means. It's like anybody's ever tried to see a protest or a march, anything, it ain't happening in July. And I make the joke that October in New Orleans is the experience of this like guy from the Irish Channel showing up and going, hey, about that oxygen that everybody stole from you, would you like it back now for a second? Here it is for you. By the way, when we get a chance on the other side of the half hour, Tom, I want to talk about this remarkable book, because this book, in many ways, it's just kind of breathtaking that the best laid plans of mice and men, in many ways. The project itself, and it was fascinating to read about the project in the book, about what it was supposed to be and then what it ends up having to be. It's a great audible in many ways. The idea of calling that audible, being like, well, I owe this to myself, and I feel like in many ways it's a book that you owe to yourself. But I also owe it to his memory, the memory of the person I know, but to also let people know we had a plan. And it's a beautiful plan. I mean, it's supposed to be in Ireland, supposed to be all over the place, getting a chance to kind of, reconnect and touch that way. And that's an important part of the process that just didn't happen. And so when we get to the other side of the break, I'm just kind of curious if you can kind of address what it's like to have to change when you've worked on the idea for a book for so long. I mean, that must have been just something else. Other than that, I wanted to, just say good morning to you and welcome you aboard. Welcome to our studios. We're about halfway finished decorating them and putting it together, but we're really excited to have you here, and nice to be at the Degas House too, by the way. What part of town do you live in, Tom?
Mid-City.
Oh, so
Mid-City.
you're a hop, skip, and a jump from here, basically.
Yeah, I was able to just, but the place where I was renting the first 10 or 11 years when I got to town. I've been here for, wait a second. My memory is failing me. 34 years or 36 years, something like that. And when I first got here, I was renting a place down on Plum Street in the Riverbend area. Yeah. And so I still have, I ended up after Katrina being able to buy the place. And so I rent out half of it, and the other half is where I work. That's my writing studio and all-purpose book, DVD, and CD depot.
By the way, that's kind of what I'm trying to put together over here, and it's great to have those spaces where you can just kind of find something. And that's a really lovely area of the city. I don't know if you've noticed this, and when we got to take a break, Trey will just play the music when he's ready to kind of drift me out of here. But I don't know if you've noticed this. In the aftermath of Katrina, what was beautiful about New Orleans, the stuff that was really beautiful about it has actually gotten a little more beautiful. The problem is that the support network for all of that, the people who actually worked and lived and breathed to kind of maintain all of that for us, their world has gotten a little bit tougher and continues to do so. I mean, I'm from here, and I will tell you, the population when Dutch Morial ran for mayor the first time, 658,000 people.
That high?
It was that high. It was New Orleans East's collapse that really sets it off. We'll be back with Tom Piazza. Love having him here. Author of City of Refuge, Why New Orleans Matters, Devil Sent the Rain. I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. We'll be right back on the other side talking about his book about John Prine.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Off to a writing and songwriting retreat in Belize. Lindsay Lawler is not with us this morning, although she called from the airport. Very excited for her, by the way. She loves all that kind of stuff. And don't forget, guys, we've got something, we'll have something for you for tomorrow's podcast. We Should Write, right? But Tom, I don't know if you even know that, by the way, that Lindsay has a wonderful podcast, and we should get, after she hears you talk, she's going to want to get you on there. She does a podcast about the healing power of writing. She doesn't, and she talks to people like, Larry Gatlin and a number of songwriters and singers out of Nashville, a number of authors who have been on the show. But she isn't focused so much. And it's interesting because I said this book in particular is her bailiwick as well, too, is that she talks about writing as a therapeutic model, the idea that we process the world, we process grief, we process joy, and she wants to encourage everybody to write, not to become a writer, not to become a songwriter or a novelist, but to remember that simply writing organizes the world around us. This, in many ways, I've given you Tom's bona fides before we actually took the break, but this, in many ways, is an attempt to make sense of a world where the best laid plans of mice and men sometimes go in the other direction. And it's beautiful title in its simplicity. Living in the Present with John Prine is the latest book from Tom Piazza, who joins us this morning here on Road Gang Radio. We haven't even got to do the musical thing, Dre. We'll just kind of keep on rolling and talking. We've got him here. Thank you so much. Good morning to you and welcome.
I'm so happy to be here, man.
I am too, by the way. And I found myself, I tell people all the time, you can find him at tompiazza.com. That's PIAZZA.com. I found myself, I always tell people I never get depressed because I'm always sad. And I mean that from an Irish standpoint. I just found myself in this book reading it. So many moments of joy, so many moments of insight, so many moments of friendship. But that aching sadness of when your time comes, it comes. But it just felt like, man, it's like, I'm glad you wrote this because he deserved the project that you guys were outlining, but I think in many ways this does him honor as well. And I'd like you to tell our listeners what the idea was and then what we now have.
Sure.
Okay.
By the way, you nailed the complexity of the situation that book found itself in. Probably better than anything.
Well, you wrote. I mean, but here's the thing: is I wrote, but I can only nail it by feeling what I felt as I wrote the book.
Sure.
I mean, that's just so. Congratulations on that, and I'm sorry that John is not with us, but I think that everybody who loves him will be very pleased with what you got here.
Well, John was. I wish he was here too. So the book began as an article. I had sort of known John's. Knew of John's songs, knew some of the songs, for years. But Mary, my much better half, and I went to see him when he came to New Orleans to perform at the Sanger Theater in 2016. And I remember, I had never really, really dialed in on John Prine. I loved the songs, whatever. And I remember seeing him up there, and he had been through real hell, health-wise. It had throat cancer back in 1996, 97, had a operation that basically took out half of his neck.
Changes his face. Basically, it changed. And there's a lot of people who only know him as that as that sort of like what I call iconic sort of crusty figure. I mean, he's a handsome, striking man. I mean, you go back and look at those old pictures. I'm like, holy moly! I knew that he had changed, but he changed.
No, he really changed. I remember. I actually the first time I ever saw him was years ago. I'd gone out to lunch with John Hyatt, who was a friend, and I think Tim O'Brien might have been along. We were in this restaurant in Nashville, and into the joint walks John Prine, who I didn't even recognize him, and Cowboy Jack Clement, and somebody else who God only knows who that was, and what a hand. And so they came in, and he talked a little bit to John Hyatt, and then they left. I guess they didn't like the table or something. But it was and then John Hyatt had to tell me that was John Prine. I thought, because all I knew was those young.
Right.
Photos of him sitting, in the front seat on Sweet Revenge, or on
a guy that you instantly. Here's the thing: that when you see early pictures of John Prine, you go, "Oh, I know why Christopherson took a shine to him." I mean, that's Chris Christopherson's kind of guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This guy's guy. Tough, but with a sensitive soul. I mean, all this stuff.
So, what I saw that night, that first time that we went to that I saw him perform at the Sanger Theater here in New Orleans. He was this old. He was such a different figure. I mean, he looked like an old man. I think I wrote in the book he looked like a longshoreman union organizer or something.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, it's like but it's weird because a lot of people. Some people don't look like their music. He looks like both incarnations of his music. The earlier stuff, he looks like that guy, and then the later stuff, he looks like that guy.
That's really true. Anyway, I remember sitting there and just thinking. You see somebody like that, and now I'm a writer. I show up at the desk every day, and I try my best to deliver. But to see performers who do that day in, day out, and that's a taxing thing to do. And I just remember seeing him be so complete as a presence on stage. And at one point he sang the song "Mexican Home," which was really about the death of his father, and it turned out much later, when I got to know him, our fathers had both died on the same day, a few years apart, but they'd both died on August 16th. Anyway, that song was about his loss of his father. And I just remember thinking, maybe I should write something about him. I don't know, because it raised a question in a funny way. You know, I think that really you, as a writer, or I should only speak for myself, but there has to be a question that's bothering you. Otherwise, just go have coffee with somebody. Just, you know, go. But with John, I thought, who is he? You know, in a funny way. He returned to New Orleans 2 years later, and we made arrangements to get together, and I'd do an article on him for the magazine, The Oxford American. So we did that. I drove to his vacation house in Florida, and he had just taken delivery of a 77 Coupe de Ville, cherry red 77 Coupe de Ville that he bought on eBay for $10,000 after talking the guy down from $13,000, and had it delivered down to Florida from like Philadelphia or something, Pittsburgh, somewhere in that line, and so he wanted to go on a road trip. So we went on a road trip to Sarasota. Anyway, I mean, I could go on about it, but so it began, and he really loved the piece that came out of it, and I think he thought that I captured's the wrong word.
Well,
summoned his voice to the page pretty well.
He's a smart guy, and there's a thing where you want to be remembered for who you are. You want to be remembered for who you are, and the thing about that piece is that it's written like a song, and you know what I'm saying, structurally, the idea, and I think that's what the project was as well too. I think that from what you kind of laid out, both of you were talking about, the only way I could think about it is like, I don't even know why I brought it up, but I talked about the remembrance of things past in the last half hour with Marshall. And there really is a sense of, do you feel like he was reaching for something? Okay, so that the idea that he looks like the songs that he wrote, do you think that he wanted something written about him that actually felt like the songs that he wrote and looked like the person that he was? And the idea that there are people for whom form is inescapable from content, and that he wanted the form of whatever it is it was going to be to actually feel like him and not like a traditional sort of bio, like, and this happened and so on and so on.
That's exactly right. Well, so we became friends instantly, almost, you know, after that piece came out. Knew each other for a year and a half, and did all kinds of stuff, as you know from reading the book. But a year and a half in, he said he wanted to write his memoir. He asked me to write his memoir with him, like an as told to kind of thing. And
which, by the way, it makes it sound so simple. It's not.
Well,
I mean, as told to, because it might
is.
be a really easy thing, but with John Prine, an as told to is also a very, a conversation that seems to ramble and seems to talk around stuff, and yet somehow comes really painfully to the point.
That's well said. Yeah.
Well, it's well written. I mean, you know, and that's I go back to that again as well too. I mean, but that's the thing. So, and how do you? This is the other thing too. We talk to a lot of our listeners out there. They love music. They love stories about musicians, but they love their good action novels. They love their one damn thing after another. We had a really good Irish writer who now lives in Austin, Texas, came on a couple of last week, and all he wanted to talk about was his procedural based. You know, they like all that kind of stuff. This is something different. Mapping these kind of books out is difficult because you have to write them, and we're talking about the book that doesn't get written. You're mapping them out in pieces, and then once all those pieces are there, you've then got to figure out an assembly point because you don't know what you have until you have it.
I think that's true in many cases, and actually really probably most cases. This book, I can't say it really evolved that way. The pieces were laid out.
No, I don't mean this one. I mean the one that didn't get written.
Even that one, because it wouldn't have been laid. It would have been realized on the page or in the process in the same way that it was. You know, it's just it got cut off. You know, just like they turned the mic off. You know, but the process was never premeditated in any way. And I know what you're saying. Yeah, okay, you have this, then let's arrange it in a certain form. But the arrangement itself was part of the expressive nature of the thing. In other words, to have arranged it then out of sequence in order to fashion some other kind. No, the form of the thing, just like what you're saying, the form was the process,
Was the
or
thing
something
itself.
like that.
Was the thing itself. Sorry, I was turning my phone down there. I don't know why it was on. It was really an odd moment there. But no, it's exactly it. The idea that you go from one organic model
Yeah.
in many ways where it almost becomes chronotopic, that the idea you're going from place to place to place, having conversations, letting the thing kind of flow
Yeah.
and build. If I get this correct from what I read. And then it goes to, oh, wait, now I've got a memoir where I've got disparate pieces and I've got to decide now how it's like the best laid plans. I mean, that's the thing too. And it's like there was an organic process that you maybe had in mind. It had to become another organic
that's
process.
right.
And that's I
That's
mean,
right.
but I get what you're saying too, because it was going to be what it's going to be. And the idea that you make it really clear there are other books to be written about this man. This is
Oh,
a
yeah.
book about as much about you as well too.
That's
and,
right.
And can you kind of talk about what that friendship meant to you, for people to really understand the depth of why? And I'd like to know too. I mean, why you think this lands the way it lands. I mean, it lands as bittersweet gets thrown around too much, but it lands bittersweet in the actual definition of the word. And can you talk about the depth of your friendship with this man?
Well, yeah, I guess it's a hard thing to capture. I think in discourse, you sort of have to throw a sheet over it and see what the contours are. It's a little ineffable. What is falling in love? How would you explain that? What is having a sudden friendship? What is any kind of realization? With John, we just hit it off. I don't know. I'd be hard put to really explain it. When we met the first time, going backstage at the Orpheum when he came back and we were introduced, it was like we kind of recognized each other. I think I put it
Frequency.
sort of that way. We're on the same
Yeah.
frequency, yeah. And we kind of, there was some kind of joke that we recognized each. I still don't know what the joke was, but it was funny. I mean, he kind of looked at me and looked at me. There was a shared joke always, and sometimes I think that's the fundament of a lot of really lasting relationships. That you have a kind of shared sense of, on some level, the almost absurd situation of being alive in the world. Is this getting too abstract?
No, it's not at all. No, because it's an obsession of mine, because it's one of the things that I found so enjoyable. The idea that and these people say men, but it's not just men. People making friends later in life, making real friends. We make acquaintances and people whose company we enjoy. We meet a lot of people. I mean, especially when you write or you work in journalism or anything like that. You meet people and you're going to take a shine to them. There's something different, though, that, everybody loves to say you never have friends like you had when you were in grammar school or high school. And that's not entirely true, though. There are people, I think they sometimes mean is we meet people and we just instantly like them and we instantly end up on their rhythm. I think because we've got so many concerns later on in life, we don't leave ourselves open to it. But I think that like sometimes you walk backstage and you leave yourself open to it, and it's always when you don't see it coming, it hits you.
Well, and sort of as a kind of sidebar to that, I mean, John, there's a reason the book's called Living in the Present with John Prine. I mean, he had a very improvisational kind of posture, I think, in
which is why he wanted the book. Which
experience.
is why he wanted the book the way he wanted it, and why, based on a lot of your writing, I think it's a smart choice to actually ask you and your friendship, the combination of that and the way that you write, kind of live in this perpetual present that keeps rolling up.
Well, that's right, and also as a lesson that I had to learn, in writing fiction myself, was that if you try to steer things too much, if you try to put a conceptual framework on something from outside, you begin dictating what has to happen. And if things are seeping into it that don't fit with the thing you're trying to dictate, they have to go. And they go to a gulag someplace of unused ideas or disallowed utterance. Yeah. Okay? But so the point I'm trying to make is just that John was always open to the present moment, and that's what he liked, and that's what I like too. And we both love this book that Bob Dylan wrote, maybe called Chronicles. That was his memoir, and Bob just chose to, set down over here in this moment in 1970 whatever, and then over here in 1990 something. So, and I think I know John wanted to handle the book that way, and that's how we handled the interviewing process as it began. Yeah.
The thing is, too, is that, Dissertow's great essay about walking the city. The idea that we become flaneurs, that we kind of, there is a path, we are following it, but we also leave ourselves room well, that's really interesting. I think I'm going to go this way instead. Maybe I get to my ultimate destination, or maybe by following this thread here, I get to the actual destination of where this all kind of led me. Yeah. And there's a sense of that. And with this music, with this man, there is a sense, another word that gets thrown around too much, just kind of tossed off, troubadour.
Yeah.
The idea of the traveling balladeer. Yeah. And in many ways, a traveling balladeer, what does he or she do? They accumulate stories to transform them into songs, to take them to different audiences, carrying the bits and pieces of the previous location in with them into the current location. But then the past is always there in the present, moving forward with them. And so in a lot of ways, this book takes on that structure. And the original book was supposed to take on that structure. But it's a gamble, though, isn't it? Because, for all the stuff about plotting, and I have some problems with pure plotting, too. The problems with plotting, at least with plotting, you know where the hell you're going to go. You're not going to just end up in a void and, what I call the mess.
Right.
There's a certain level of, in order to do this with him, it's a leap of faith on both your parts, that John will give me enough, of course he will, and that you will be able to make sense of it, which, of course, you do.
Well, and also the way you put it earlier when we were talking, the idea that you have at the beginning, as you were saying, is not the idea that you're necessarily going to end up with. And in writing this book, in beginning the book that we had planned, the memoir, to have that suddenly amputated, if you will, and what was I going to do? Just say, well, we'll put it in a shoebox and throw it away? Was I going to try to cobble together some quote, And so I had to find a form for the book that expressed what John's intention was, and then expressed my relationship to that material, and that was really hard to do. I had a really good editor at Norton who was pushing me because honestly, that stuff it deals with mortality. There's the word for it. Really, it was a book, and I ain't gonna tell you how old I am, but anyhow, I turned that old. Huh?
Oh, tell us. Who cares?
Oh, no, fellas. No. All right, okay, what the? No, I turned 70 this past summer.
Nice.
You look
God,
terrific,
you look good, dude.
Oh, thanks,
dude,
God.
you
Wait,
look terrific.
say that again.
You look good, brother.
I'm telling you, if he told me 55 or 60, I'd have bought it.
Exactly, because we have a lot of guys that don't look their age that call the show, so chef's kiss.
Trust me, brother.
Can I come back again tomorrow?
Absolutely. You can stay for the whole hour.
Until they start cutting trees around here again. Hey, by the way, I want to share something with everybody here. So many of John's songs are about connections, especially missed connections. Angel from Montgomery, Far From Me, Speed of the Sound of Loneliness, Linda Goes to Mars, Donald and Lydia, Unwed Fathers, Hello in There. There is a yearning and a degree of melancholy inside all the wryness and brilliance of the lyrics. Whenever we sat down and played music, I realized how much I had needed that experience of connection. And what I was laughing about, that's what I was kind of getting at too. That's the other thing that the book does, and it's helpful that John's lyrics, words, and songs are there. But the book, in many ways, feels like what a John Prine song would feel like if it was a memoir, and which is in many ways
what a great compliment. Thanks.
Well, and like I said, so you said, where does this stuff come from? And I'm having read the book, and I remember I was like just desperately trying to find that quote again. I'm like, where the hell did I put that damn thing? Should have written it down. But yeah, I mean, there really is a sense of to let the thing play out like a song. That the structure of a book like this need not be plot driven, but can be driven in the same way that it's building, but it's returning. And that, of course, building and returning is a perpetual state of the present. So there we are. Okay, I can ask you some we've gotten very existential here. Tom Piazza joins us. I did want to ask you, was there anything after he passes, as you're assembling things, did you make any discoveries that genuinely surprised you? Was there anything in regards to talking to people after the fact, or right as we begin to approach the end, which of course is, like I said, COVID surprises us all. But was there anything that you were like, well, that adds a wrinkle, that deepens the situation?
Well, maybe not exactly in the way that you're framing it, but The fact that memoir in progress had to stop its progress did leave me with the question of how to organize a book. If I was going to write a book, I had to really ask myself if I was going to go forward with that. It took me about a year to decide I was actually really going to go forward with it.
His widow was very happy you did, by the way. Nice. That's a nice intro, by the way.
Say what now?
The intro, your preface.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, that was kind of something I realized at the very end of working on it, that sort of needed that. But no, at a certain point, there were some people involved in the mix who were sort of saying, well, what you need to do to flesh the book out is to go and
I know those
interview a bunch of people, like almost like an oral history or something. Just fill it out with that. And at first I thought, well, I guess I have to consider it. And then I thought for about maybe 2 or 3 minutes and decided to reject the idea.
Good for you.
But I also knew that there was some elements to, if the book was going to have a wholeness to it, and even though it was so going from here to there and had different kinds of parts to it, what was going to make that wholeness? So I arranged to talk to 2 people who I knew John about as intimately as anybody, aside from Fiona, John's wife, and those people could provide some dimension on John that, obviously that just I didn't have. So I talked to Jason Wilbur, who is John's longtime guitarist and a great guy, and so articulate about the experience of being on the road with John. So I went up to Indiana and interviewed him, and then the other person was John's elder brother, Dave Prine, who I went to. We've
had his younger brother Billy on this show.
Oh,
twice.
did you?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, yeah. But so you talked to Dave. And
So Dave was 85 when I went to see him. Still living in Maywood, Illinois, the suburb where they were all raised. A few blocks from Proviso East High School. And so, excuse me, I went up to talk to Dave and spent an afternoon with him. It was very moving. And there was that same kind of connection thing. And at the end of it, he said, well, because Dave was a great musician. Dave was a great fiddle player, banjo player, guitar player. And he taught John not just sort of the rudiments of musical address to the moment, but also introduced him to recorded music like the Carter Family, Jimmy Rogers, Mississippi John Hurt, those kind of people. And then also showed John Bob Dylan for the first time when Bob Dylan was on the Steve Allen show and did The Lonesome Death of Hattie Carroll, and John said that that kind of blew him away completely. That was what actually changed. So Dave was the source of a lot of that. And at the end, no, you gotta go. At the end, he.
I make it up as I go along. He's just being kind and let me know at the time.
Okay, I could finish this one off real fast, but just so at the end, he said, "Well, let's get together and play some music sometime again." He was 85, and I said I would love to do that. And before we had a chance to do that, he passed away. So the book is kind of a valedictory.
Well, I've made the joke about The Great Gatsby. Nobody ever realizes the book is the eulogy that nobody delivered that he deserved. And in many ways, this is a chance to give somebody the eulogy they deserve. In many ways, the way a friend would do it for another friend. What's all that great joke that John Huston used to make? He said, make sure that nobody names an Academy Award after me and all the wrong guys get it. Please don't let that ever happen, please. And it's the same thing here at play. The idea is that it's like, the idea of an elegy is eulogies and elegies are always done so wrong because they don't actually capture. What is it? We eulogize, we don't canonize. By the way, the story about the Ryman is lovely in it. What a great way to spend time with him and his wife at the Ryman Theater while looking at Joan Baez.
Oh my God, that was hilarious.
I mean, it's just like, and the pictures, guys, by the way, just personal shots, nothing, not anything fancy pants, just the kind of, what I loved is it's a great reminder, those photos show up and it's like, these are photos of friends, guys. These are the kind of photos friends take, and the curation of that is pretty spectacular. What are your plans for the book? You got to do any traveling for it or anything?
Well, so the sort of, if you want to really lay the irony on with a trowel, this summer when we were preparing for the book tour. The book came out in September, early beginning of September. So while we were preparing for the book tour in late summer, my mom passed, and so
I'm
of course,
so sorry. My condolences.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks. She was rare spirit.
By the way, I was telling Dre, and Dre, we can go a little bit longer here.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. I was going to say, let's go over.
The other really cool thing, we'll take a quick break here, come back and talk about that. But I just read the most beautiful thing, the idea that people said they don't realize these are things that are luxuries, and there was a list of like 20 things, and one of them was, if you're over 50 and your mother is alive and well, that is a luxury that most of the world does not have, and to enjoy every minute of it. I'm enjoying every minute of this conversation. I know many of you are too. Got some comments in the chat I wanted to throw Tom's way when we come back on the other side of this. It's Road Gang Radio. Don't forget, in about 30 minutes or so, the National Military Vehicle Museum is going to be here. They're out of Wyoming, by the way. Can't wait to chat with them. They must be freezing their ass off out there.
Just a tad.
Just a tad. Just a tad. Thank you, Dre. Thank you, Tom. We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are lifting off yet again with good old Jimmy and Tom with conversation at the Fastport Studios.
Yeah, we're living in the present with John Prine is what we're doing here, and our good friend Trucker Bosun says that Prine was like a wandering minstrel from medieval times. Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Well said. Good to have people out there. Good morning to you, Tim, as well. Trucker Voices had to step away for a few minutes, but he's back in the house. Welcome back. And Joe J., good morning. Thanks for taking the ride with us as we have this conversation moving further on down the line. For those of you who join us on iHeart on a regular basis, good morning to you. For all the folks who actually enjoy kind of making your comments over on Facebook as you listen live there, good morning. And then, of course, for the Gas House gang that exists on YouTube, we're glad to have you. Good morning to all of you folks as well. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. We're in the second half of the show. Sans Lindsay, who actually is going to a writer's retreat over in Belize right now. Very excited for her. You guys heard her when she called in during Maintenance Matters. Had just gotten past TSA. Boy, I feel like that if you told me that my life would feel like getting past TSA, I'd be very happy with my life. She's on her way to have a good time, and we're talking with Tom about this wonderful book. Good morning. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging around.
I'm so happy to be here.
Let me ask you something. This is a tough one, too, because, of course, when I was reading your book, I said, well, I'm going to go back and just started pulling up my old, pulling up John Prine, just listening. One of the things I've always loved, whether it is the Beatles or Joe Cocker or a new alt indie band, is you hear a lot of songs you like, you listen to them forever, and then you discover ones you hadn't heard either in a while or never even heard before. You get around to that. And a friend of mine, big Billy Joel fan, had no idea that the album The Bridge existed. No idea. There's all this Billy Joel music. Love. I mean, like quote, chapter, verse. I mean, he is a member of the religious church of Don't Take Any Shit from Anybody, Long Island, and yet didn't know the album. In regards to your own kind of journey through Prine's music, are there particular favorite songs of yours, ones that really, really land for you? And I'm setting you up here because I kind of know, I have a feeling, some people will know this stuff, but I'm just kind of curious. Or did you discover anything late where you knew the song existed, but upon further review, the music stands, So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a long list, actually, really.
That's why we have a little time. It's kind of like asking people their favorite Beatles song, their favorite Dylan song. We're just awful.
Well, the songs that I also play guitar and sing. That was one of the main, avenues of connection between John and me. We'd like to sit around the table and drink Handsome Johnny's, his drink of choice.
We got to send this interview to Lindsay, by the way, because she would be dying inside. I hope she's not listening because she, like I said, she has to enjoy Belize because like everything you're saying is like right up her alley. Dave Nemo's probably dying a little bit inside too. Yep, he is.
Oh,
he just commented. Yeah, he's dying inside. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
having a couple of cocktails, playing some guitar with John Prine.
What it's funny. One night, I think this is in the book. But we had stayed up. I forget. I think it was. December 2019. I was over there on my way up to visit my mom, who was still alive at that point. We stayed up way late. We just had one of those things. We got the guitars out, and it was like chain smoking. You'd have like a Dylan unit, and then it was like, oh, how about Bill Monroe? And you'd have like a series of those, and then Jimmy Rogers, and one after another, Townes Van Zandt, Blaze Foley, whatever, and John would sing like maybe two of his songs or so. But we just kept going. And in the morning, I apologized to Fiona. John's like, I apologized to her for keeping her up till like 1 a.m. She said, 1 a.m? She didn't call us idiots, but it was implicit in the way she was saying, I woke up at 3:30 and you guys were still awake. So it was like that. So I forget why I got started talking about that. You raised a question or a something about...
Which is, by the way, this is how the book works, except he manages to hold on to the threads as we go through them.
That's what the red pencil's for.
No, we were kind of getting at was the idea of, I totally lost it too, Trey. Anything? Totally lost it. Just enjoying being where we were being. But the idea of the guitar being a connective point.
You were asking if there were any songs.
There we go.
There it is.
Y'all figured it out.
So, of course, I love all the usual ones, the ones that I play a lot, Fish and Whistle or Angel from Montgomery, of course, Spanish Pipe Dream, the one that has the refrain that goes, blow up your TV. So I like to sing all those songs. And also Mexican Home.
Which is a great song.
It's a great song. A lot of people know the version that's on the album Sweet Revenge, they did with this band arrangement. And it was real kind of kind of thing happening. But when John was performing it, starting like in the late, I guess in the 1980s, he would just finger pick it solo. Just he had this little finger picking pattern, and they sang it. It was very quiet, haunting song. And that first time that I went to his house to sort of talk over the possibility of doing an article, he asked me if I played music. I said, yeah. And he walked over to the corner of the room. There was a guitar in every room of the house. It was a big house. So he goes over and gets his guitar and hands it to me. I was like, what? Okay, fine. So I started playing finger picking a little song by Elizabeth Cotton, and he started, actually it was a Mississippi John Hurt song. He started singing along with me. And I thought, well, this is kind of nice. This is fun, you know. And then I asked him about the finger picking pattern on Mexican Home, and he showed, because it was tricky, deceptively tricky, like a lot of the things that John did. Deceptively tricky. And so he showed me that. So that's a favorite one to play. But as far as discovering something like late in the game, you know, I had never heard the song Clocks and Spoons until I heard John's son, Jack, sing that song one time. And it's not necessarily my favorite song, but it has one of the great refrains for me. The refrain goes, shoot the moon right between the eyes, I'm dreaming. Anyway, but shoot the moon, which we know from cards, shoot the moon right between the eyes. I always love that.
There's those little moments with him where there's a lot in his songwriting. You know, Christopherson discovers him, but there's not a lot of there's commonality there, and they're both good songwriters. Prine, there's always a sense of that he's looking sideways at the audience at some point.
Yeah, that's literally true also because of what happened with the neck operation that left his head in that kind of. So, but that is just so. Yeah,
I mean there is a wink with it. I mean there is a wink that kind of that he actually plays through. I don't know if you know this, by the way. Just a totally random note. I can't remember her name. Gordon Lightfoot's daughter actually is singing tonight at the Saturn Bar. Was on this show a couple of weeks ago. She doesn't make a big deal out of it. She does talk about it. I mean, it's like not to be talked about. But his daughter actually was here for the Cigar Box Festival, and tonight will be doing her show at the Saturn Bar.
Meredith Moon.
Meredith Moon. Oh, yeah, I was going to say Madison, but Madison's our other producer.
Yeah.
Meredith Moon.
Awesome.
Is actually so.
What time? Do you know offhand what time it is?
It's like is it 8 o'clock or something like that?
I think so. The doors probably open at 8, and then she probably goes on a little later.
Yeah, but it's like, she's very.
I'd like to make it down there if I
can. She actually is an incredibly talented person too. And I bring that up because this is an incredibly talented family. That's the thing too. When I met, we got a chance to talk to Billy. I know that he has a family, and it's like. Things don't happen by accident. John Prine doesn't just show up, you know what I'm saying? And we think nobody is sui generis, and that he has a great support network. There are people that love him and care about him. The people who are invested in him make sure that he gets to each one of those checkpoints to a large degree. The thing where the sadness really begins to drift in on me on the book is that he actually really, of course, he'd always been into his own. He was John Prine. But it's the last year. It's those events around 2019. If I remember correctly, things are actually okay. It's like maybe you make the comment that he's quit smoking. He shouldn't eat the way he's eating, but there's like a sense that some of the younger generation are kind of rallying to him again. There's all of that. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Definitely.
And it just all goes then.
It's a yes and a no. On one level, absolutely. I mean, John was definitely given the roses while he was living, especially in those late years. It was the biggest success of his life. I mean, that album, The Tree of Forgiveness, his last record, that did more than any of his other records.
Anything.
By far. And he had
It's his Cash American Notes moment where he actually gets this whole, where it's like a lot of younger people discover him.
Well,
that was the big thing. It wasn't just nostalgia. It's like, wait a minute, this guy is awesome and contemporary.
Exactly. And there's this whole other generation or generation and a half, where you had people like Jason Isbell, Brandy Carlisle, Casey Musgraves, Billy Strings, for God's sake.
It's crazy. People are like, this is the guy, and understand, and not just saying this is the guy because somebody told me he's the guy. Like these people actually, they got it. They know. I mean, there is without Angel from Montgomery, there is no Jason Isbell. I mean, all that's straight out of all of that type of country and western, that kind of I don't even know what to call it, country rock, comes out. That song is just like, yeah, you know, I mean, you've lived with this.
And Bonnie Raitt has sung that in apparently every concert she's ever done.
I mean, I mean, that's the truth of it. But that's the good stuff, but the health isn't good, right, at that point.
Exactly. So there were a number of times, and they weren't publicized, except for one time where he had to cancel an appearance at the New Orleans Jazz Fest, actually. And I think that was in...
That's 19, right?
Yeah, I think that was in 19, had to cancel that. But there were several other things like that, you know, that were sort of on the down low, but I mean, that had happened.
Well, he was on the house's money. I want to point this out too, because I mean, the cancer he had was serious. I mean, when he had, it was deadly serious. It was like clocks ticking, and so somehow, I mean, it's a shame the events of 2020 is what ended up kind of bringing this to an end. Yeah. I mean, we all were there. I mean, all of us were there. We all kind of know. We all kind of went through it together. But then but once again, it's just so funny how the book keeps coming, the circularity of the book, where it's always like we go back, but no, we're here. We go back, but no, we're here. And the only real time is that present. The only real time is that present. It's that perpetual sense of moving up. It's almost like we roll, and the things from the past keep getting picked up.
Yeah, man.
And that's just what it comes down to. What are you working on next?
Well,
living is a fine enough answer, by the way.
Well, the immediate thing that we're working on, this is going to sound like a dodge, maybe on some level it is. So I mentioned that my mom passed last summer. Almost immediately after that, I had to go on the road for a 3-month book tour for Living in the Present, which took me almost up to December. And then immediately, and literally immediately, had to go down to where my mom's house was, where I was raised, and begin clearing it out, cleaning it out, bringing stuff down to New Orleans. We had to rent minivans a couple times, drive the 3 days up to the place on Long Island where the house is. So we had to do all that, and now we're dealing with the closing of the house and the selling of the house, and, you know, talk about kind of having a dimension of your understanding of the continuity of life amputated away from you. I mean, there it is.
While at the same time, I mean, that's the thing too about going through all those memories and bringing all that stuff up again. And so you're in this perpetual state of like trying to kind of ground yourself in the present while simultaneously the past. It's like, it's not a very good movie, but Godfather 3 gets it right, doesn't it? Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in. You know, I mean, that's the reality.
Would you mind ghostwriting my next book for me? You're saying this stuff a lot.
Yeah, he'll do it.
He will?
No, I'm actually. We've talked a little bit about this. Actually, what I'm working on right now is my partner Lindsay, who I hope you get a chance to meet really soon. I'm working on basically a one-woman show with a live band, where basically, you know, it's the kind of the Eldritch version of the Faust tale told in a, how do I put it? There's an area of Appalachia, and I don't want to call it West Virginia, don't want to call it Kentucky, don't want to call it Pennsylvania or Ohio, but it's that little area of the world where it's like a one woman rock and roll country and western show that I'm working on for her. Wow. So I get it, man. It's like, but the thing is too, but I'm having the same problem you have, and it's so important. People got to remember, this is why Lindsay talks about writing is something you have to do every day.
Yes.
Because your life continues to fucking happen.
Yeah.
It just keeps happening. And
That's
it's
right.
like, and as the older we get and the wiser we get, we have less time to write because if we care about the life around us, the people we love begin to slip away. And we've got to be there for that too, as well. I mean, that's
really true. It's like having one foot on one train and another foot on the other train. And if you had a third foot, it would be on another train. You know, you're juggling all these simultaneous facts of life, you know.
My dad goes to St. Anthony of Padua to go to church, and I bring him there every Sunday. And what I used to do for weeks on end was I'd drive him there, and you'd like this very much. I then walk all the cemeteries and stay in shape. And I'm walking the cemetery the other day, first 10 minutes, and I said, screw this. My dad's 83. I walked back to the church, and I stood right next to him. He's like, what are you doing here? I said, you know what? Let's maximize time. Let's maximize time.
Yeah,
I can walk the cemeteries anytime. We got a chance to be quiet here and do nothing but stand next to it. Let's maximize time.
Wise choice.
And then you start realizing that, and you go, yep, the Allman Brothers had that right, didn't they?
But and then just to actually answer your question to the extent I can, I'm working on a novel with one hand, and I'm working on a little nonfiction project with the other hand. And I don't know which one is going to end up sort of taking the lead and be the one that I have to.
I love
really
working like that's my favorite way of working. It's
Is
like
it?
who's going to win? But here's the thing is, how about this one? When you're working on two things at once, and which one's going to take the upper hand, and then you suddenly realize they both feel incomplete. Wait a minute, and then it's Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas, where you're taking two songs and going, wait, it's the same song, and they somehow inform the other one. That's the happy accident you always hope happens. But I think working on two things at once is a really kind of great process too, because it prevents you from constantly being defeated by the thing when it goes wrong, and you can always take a break. I mean, you get to the Wells idea of one work of art is your wife and one work of art is your mistress. It's very European. I don't know if I subscribe to that, but that each one informs the other at some point, I think, to some degree.
I think there's truth in that. But there's also, warning signs up. I mean, it can become a vice.
Well, it also can become a way to avoid the one that's really
That's
worth
what I'm
working
saying.
on. Yeah,
That's
that's exactly it. Where it becomes.
What else is a vice if it's not an escape hatch?
The other thing I wanted to ask you in regards to Prine, like I said, this is something very, very different, guys. It's informative. There's a lot of information you may not have. A lot of it's very personal information is being shared with permission of the family as a deep personal friend. But you make this really clear. This is not the definitive biography of John Prine. There's nothing like that. Is there one to be written? And how long is that damn thing? Because I can think of two basic traditional approaches that work. There's a one damn thing after another version of it, where it's his life, and that's kind of monstrously big. And then there's the one that focuses more on the music, and the struggles in creating it, and the changes, and all that kind of stuff.
I think you nailed something there once again. I mean, that's you're right. You could do it either way, and with any luck, somebody will do one, and somebody will do the other. They're there to be done, no question about it. John himself, he never wanted a biography.
He's a guy who knew how to. I mean, at least from the book that I read by you, I mean, he's a guy who knew how to ask for what he wanted, and he asked for what he wanted.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
right, and he did not want to have to slog through a sort of forced march through
one
the
damn
sequence.
thing after another.
Yeah,
A
right.
Gellian narrative.
And I don't think he would have. I don't know that he would have written a. Elvis Costello writes copious liner notes a lot of times to reissues of his records and what have you. He loves talking about it. He's great at it, But I don't think John would have. I don't know that he would have written such a book. I think he would have written the book we were in the middle of writing.
I like that book too. I like this book very much. I like that book too.
I think they should. I hope people come and do that because there are books to be written that address those.
That's
dimensions of John.
But by the way, in regards to, let's go back to form too for a second here too. I think that I'd like to see more books about the one you guys outlined. Like I'd like to see other people take that as a subject on the idea of let's go places and talk and put this thing together. I think it's a beautiful model.
Well, it's the only way I can be happy doing it.
Yeah, but by the way, any excuse to go to Ireland, I think is a.
I wish that had happened.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, and maybe that's what caused that bit of what I call. I'm not sure whether the Irish are murderously sentimental or sentimentally murderous, but I got really aggravated. I was like, oh man, that just kind of kills me inside. Let me ask you another question because I just love music so much, and so much of you mentioned Elvis Costello and Bob Dylan and all that stuff. If you got an opportunity, a commission to write about another musical figure, and get a chance to write about them, who would you pick?
So, all right. For first response to that is I've been asked maybe 3 or 4 times by people who were very involved in the music world, musicians and also people who make things happen in other ways. And I had to say no to doing it because it's just not what I do.
Right.
I don't want to write somebody else's biography.
Right. Well, I mean, okay, how about this? Not less of a biography and more of I don't even know how to put what I'm putting here, but go ahead.
But And then for the follow-up, sort of, if there was one person who I would do it with, who would I do it? Apparently, it was John. I mean, no, I'm not being sarcastic.
I don't think you are.
That was the one book that I would have done. There's at one point, but I don't even think I'm going to go down there. There's a person I could mention who I've known and who I would consider thinking about writing about. But there's a problem with talking about writing about somebody. I'll tell you what. There was a point. I don't even want. I'm sorry. I know I'm going back and forth like that. But
I apologize, bro.
Yeah. There was a figure in the music business performer who I've known somewhat and who I thought about writing something about because he's interesting to me, perennially interesting to me. But I also realized that I don't want to write. He's an artist. I think in some ways. The way I try to be, at least, what I do in my books, I think has a resonance with that. I don't want to be writing about something from the outside. I want to be writing something from the inside. And if you respect somebody enough, you don't want to make believe you're writing from the inside and write something that's an applique. That's
it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
And so I just as soon not even sort of talk about it. But that would probably have been. If I could figure out a way to write about that person that was from the inside, that went from the inside out, that was interesting and wasn't just a sort of sequential type thing, that might be the one. Boy, oh boy, what a dodge of a question.
No,
that
actually,
was.
by the
Good
way,
God.
you just actually answered the question. The real question was, how does somebody write a book with this kind of unique bent? And the way you just described it was because everything you just described is what the book that you've just written about John Prine is. And I'm not being glib about that, but the idea that that's what the books like this are. This is why I'm really recommending this book to all you guys out there. It's a chance. It's as much of a look about being an observer when you are an observer of somebody that you genuinely love and who loves you back. And that's what is so interesting about the book, is that you, of course, are an observer. How could you not be? You're a writer.
And it also enforces you have to become an observer of yourself too if you're writing a book like that. Because it changes you. You're not just talking about that person. You're talking about a relationship, a dynamic. Okay, and so that has both ends of it. And so in some ways, it forces you to become honest and think about what your motives are, what your responses are, what you want, what you don't want. It changes you. Writing that book changed me. In the sense that I had to deal with the fact of mortality in a way that I never had to before.
Right.
It's easy to just, if you're lucky, health-wise and otherwise, you can sort of forget about mortality for a long time. But when somebody really close to you, this, who you love, dies and leaves you with some questions, it rearranges the furniture.
My Aunt Muriel, my Aunt Beverly, one time when my grandfather passed away, my Judge McKay's father passed away, she turned to me and she was just weeping open. He was an older man, but she said, there are people we get over and there are people we don't. Mm-hmm. And this is the ones we don't get over. Mm-hmm. And in many ways, that is kind of the measure of a life. The people who die and you kind of go, oh, and then the water just kind of subsumes them and they're gone. Walker Percy talked about that. And there's some people where you can just feel the empty space that's there. It's not about people's character. It's about your relationship to them.
And then it's, what do you do about it?
What do you do about it? You had a chance to write about it.
Yeah.
And you had a chance to kind of tell that story. It's great to have you here. It is great to be talking about this kind of music, by the way, because as you know, the Road Gang originally started on Rampart Street at WWL overnight as an all-night trucking radio music station to kind of keep people entertained, telling great stories and all that stuff, and it continues here right now. Our good friend Tom Piazza has joined us. Anytime you want to come back and just shoot the breeze about something that you read that you liked, something that you want to share with our listeners that they should read, we would love to do that. Is there an audio book on this yet, by the way?
There is, actually. There is. And it's... Is
it on Audible?
It's... I think so. I'm not even sure. I don't know what
Doesn't matter. They'll find it, by the way. We have one of our listeners who's read 680, has actually listened to 688 audibles.
Wow.
That's the kind of time these people have.
Go.
Guys, please get yourself a copy, pick it up, check it out, be a part of it. Tom Piazza's Living in the Present with John Prine is available everywhere you can get your books, especially at Amazon, by the way. And make sure you make your orders or go to Audible, get that order downloaded so you can listen to it as you make your ways across the highways and byways. What's the rest of the week look like for you?
Well, we're getting ready. Well, this week is the Folk Alliance is coming to town. The sort of.
Well, that's why she stuck around, dude. That's why the Moon Girl stuck around. We could be here for the Cigar Box and now the Folk Alliance.
It's going to be kind of a kickoff tonight, I guess. But anyway, they're going through the weekend, so it's going to be every singer, songwriter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know the writer Scott Shea? He's a journalist. He does a lot of music stuff.
No.
He actually wrote, just for fun, he's written a lot of good. He wrote the Mamas and the Papas biography called All the Leaves Are Brown, and where it really becomes about so much more than the Mamas and the Papas. I'm really fascinated with how things get started. It's one of my, every once in a while in the book you would drop back to those really early days, before when. And I'm always obsessed with the pieces in the puzzle that actually create somebody. Their family, their friends, the opportunity, the big break, but also the way they see the world. A lot of that is here, guys. Despite the fact that it is not a biography by any stretch of the imagination, you will have a much richer and deeper understanding of who John Prine was and where he comes from if you read this book. We are out of time.
Thanks a
Appreciate
million.
you.
I love this.
You
Jim.
got it.
Thank you so much.
You got it. We'll take a quick break here, Phone Master. We'll come back on the other side. Give me a little bit longer on a break so I can tell our good friend Tom goodbye, so I can also run to the restroom. We'll get our next guest on, okay?
Absolutely.
Don't
He's locked and
forget,
loaded.
Trucking with OOIDA is coming up after this. Our friends Scott and Ashley will be there for you as well. Hang in there. Don't get thrown to the wolves. We'll talk to you soon. Talk to you on iHeart.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day from the Fast Sports Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack, in the last live half hour of Road Gang Radio.
Hey, by the way, big thanks to Tom. Thanks to everybody for indulging us that. Like I said, I mean, the second half of the show is always about making a life for yourself, going places, doing things, visiting the people that you love, sitting down and having something to eat with people you care about. It really is about making sure that the life you have out on the road is actually a life, that the living you make actually supports something akin to a life. Can't recommend the book enough. I was really worried about today, not because you can't do it, not because I can't do it, but not having Lindsay. But we had such great guests this morning. Claire really set us up for success too. A lot of guests, and then Tom sticking around a little bit longer just to have a conversation about the nature of grief and friendship and all that kind of goes into that book, and being so personal about his mom. By the way, his mom just passed away. He's 70 years old, dude. His mom was no spring chicken,
No,
dude.
not at all. That's what I was thinking about, too.
I mean, if his mom was 21 when he was born, he shuffled off the mortal coil at 91, dude. She did all right. Good lady.
I mean, and if he's looking like that at 70, I can imagine how she looked like at the end.
I mean, just unbelievable. It's like, I got to tell you, I have relatives that are still in their hundreds, dude.
Yeah.
And I was pretty much told, give up that drink and stop smoking them cigarettes, and you might make it to the next checkpoint. I have made that commitment. It's really a great day, by the way. Our good friend Tom came by. We get to call him our good friend Tom because he is our good friend.
Yep.
Lots of good stuff happening here. The National Museum of Military Vehicles, Dan Starks has been on the show before. He's the founder and chairman of the National Museum of Military Vehicles. But before we get to that, I just want to remind you guys that there is another encore presentation of OOIDA, and make sure you head over to RadioNemo.com where you want to subscribe, because we are putting the finishing touches, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, on our new newsletter called Gauge Illuminations. It will come out as soon as we finalize the deal for who the sponsor is. The imaging for it requires there actually be a sponsor segment of the imaging for it. It is not going to be your standard newsletter. It's going to have a lot of fun stuff, open up a lot of conversation, give you guys a chance and a place to chat, ask for suggestions of topics to write about, written by yours truly. Want you guys to check it out. All right, having unpacked all of that, remember, RadioNemo.com and subscribe. Dre, I was delighted. We have 3,000 subscribers waiting.
Woo!
How about that? What do you say we now pivot?
Pivot!
Hey, by the way, I really want you guys to head over to their website, mv.org, the National Museum of Military Vehicles. It's a world-class collection of historic military vehicles and artifacts honoring the service and sacrifice of veterans and their families, and it honors the history of American freedom. It's a beautiful website and gives you a real sense of what is going on over there. Its founder and chairman, by the way, Dan Starks, joins us. By the way, as somebody, I can tell you this right now. We live in New Orleans. Of course, the World War II Museum is here, but I got to tell you, for anybody that heads up to Wyoming, this is a place you want to check out. We are thrilled to have them here. Hey, Dan, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning, Jimmy. Thank you so much for having me back.
You got it. So we talked a little bit about the mission, and, the mission is more than just to be a receptacle of information or a place where people can see the things that actually rolled in wars and in peacetime, helping the military do their jobs. There is at the center of this, and it goes to a later point we'll get to, you want to also make it a rally place for veterans and their families to go to and know not only are they being honored in the exhibits, but there is support and friends waiting for them as well, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Our goal is to make every single day Veterans Day, every single day Memorial Day. And as we bring veterans and veterans' families and people that have good relationships with people who've been veterans, we find that there's a need for more information, better connection between the vast majority of us like me who have not provided military service and the small percent of Americans who've done the heavy lifting for all of the rest of us. And as we expand our relationships with the veteran community, it's clear there's just a lot of unmet need. There's a very high suicide risk. There's a challenge that most veterans have as they transition out of military service back into civilian life. And so we're here for them, and we're working to connect veterans with resources available to help them, and we work to provide those resources ourselves to help veterans and their families get on with the rest of their lives after their military service.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that in many ways you have the same mission that our friends over at the Veterans Museum in Columbus, Ohio do, where it is both a memorial and a museum. That the idea that the best museums about military history and U.S. history are not just museums, they're memorials, but they're also living centers of communities kind of gathering together. Can you talk a little bit about the collection, the idea that, we have a lot of guys out there on the road, truck drivers, who often get a chance because they get those breaks if they plan properly or if they have families and they decide to go on a great trip out to the American West, get a chance to check this stuff out. Walk me into the museum. I'm visiting, and I've got my two nephews who I just adore, and they walk in with me. Where do we go? What do we see?
You see the largest private collection of military vehicles in the world. I have a total of a little over 500 military vehicles focused on United States ground vehicles, but also including a few boats and a few aircraft. The very first thing people see when they come into the museum is our world-class collection of small arms, our unknown soldier weapons vault. We have over 300 small arms in that weapons vault, a number of Class 3 fully functioning automatic weapons, Class 3 destructive devices, grenade launchers, machine guns. The very first thing that a person sees going into the weapons vault is a musket that is the Liberty Bell of American firearms, the most famous firearm in American history. It's the musket that fired the very first shot at the very first battle of the very first United States military. The first branch of the United States military was the Army. It was formed by the Continental Congress on June 14th, 1775, just 3 days after the first American Army was formed. We fought the British at the Battle of Bunker Hill. That's the battle where Colonel Prescott ordered the Patriots, don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. The New Hampshire patriot who brought our musket to the fight, a guy named John Simpson, is known to have fired that first shot because he disobeyed that order to hold fire until the British were right on the Patriot lines. He took an early shot, hit a British officer on horseback. The battle then ensued. The American officers then conducted a court-martial the morning after the Battle of Bunker Hill to educate this first army of American patriots, all volunteers, that even though they were volunteers, now that they were in the military, when the officers issued an order, it wasn't a suggestion. The members of this first army had to obey that order. So to educate the patriots, they conducted a court-martial to determine who fired that first shot. That's how we know this many years later, without any doubt, who fired the first shot. It was established by court-martial 24 hours after the battle. And so Simpson survived the war. He returned home, took his weapon back home with him. It stayed in his family until 2019. The museum was already under construction. We had no idea that this musket existed, that we might be able to get our hands on it. But we were fortunate enough to do it. And it's really, it's historically the most famous artifact we have in the entire museum. It has nothing to do with military vehicles.
Well, I'll tell you this too about that rifle, that musket, and why I think it's so important too, because it is also, not only is it the first time that an actual Continental Army takes the field, it is one of the great examples of winning because you lose. Because what people don't know about that particular battle, I know you know this, is that Colonel Prescott proved to both the French and Spanish observers on the day, wait a minute, if we arm these guys, they can win. It's the first time it is a matter of simply running out of ammunition. They simply ran out of supplies that day. That is a really incredible artifact, by the way. I can imagine how proud you are to actually have that standing in your. And by the way, the musket, you can make a case that that was the only vehicle they really had in the Revolutionary War in regards to being able to deliver something. By the way, you guys actually don't just have stuff there on the ground in the museum, but I want to talk about that stuff for a second before we move on to some of your educational programs. Talk to me a little bit about some of the things that people will recognize in regards to some of those vehicles and some of the things that might take them by surprise.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we have the earliest vehicle we have is a very rare World War I American light tank, the very first tank manufactured by the United States. It's an M1917. tank, modeled after the French version of the 6.5-ton tank. But this M1917 is one of only 20 surviving examples of 900 some versions of this tank that were ever manufactured. And our tank has the original engine still in it, and it still drives. So that's the most expensive item in the whole museum, and just a real treat to be able to share with everybody. And then we have a variety of other World War I vehicles of all sorts, lights, a Liberty truck, for example, an American World War I ambulance, one of only two restored operable British 1915 World War I ambulances. And then after the World War I collection, we have a very extensive collection of all kinds of vehicles from World War II, mostly American vehicles, but both armor and light skin, tracked vehicles, wheeled vehicles, Indian and Harley-Davidson motorcycles. We have a few German, Australian, British, Canadian, Russian vehicles as well, but we focus on the American vehicles. We then go into a Korean War gallery where we have a broad expanse of the main vehicles used by the United States during the Korean War, really capped by an M26 Pershing main battle tank that's fully operable. After that, we take visitors through our Vietnam War gallery, where we have, for example, a fully operable UH-1B Huey helicopter that served in combat in Vietnam and has repaired battle damage visible on it. We have every major ground vehicle that the United States used during the Vietnam War as well. Outside of the galleries that we have, I'll mention only 229 of my 500 vehicles are actually embedded in displays in the museum. We ran out of room for the rest of them, so we have another 100 or so vehicles sitting outside the museum that people can see. We have additional vehicles that we drive in our 4th of July parade. We have vehicles from the Gulf Wars, vehicles from the Global War on Terror. So really just a tremendous expanse of vehicles ranging from World War I right up through the present. A vehicle we have that people wouldn't expect to see is the very first helicopter drone weapon developed and fielded in 1962. It was designed to take out Soviet submarines. It was an anti-submarine helicopter drone. So we've got Sherman tanks that people would expect to see, and we've got a drone helicopter that people would say, who knew that even existed back then, and lots of things in between.
And by the way, you have wonderful exhibits too, and there's some beautiful curation in the museum. If you guys actually spend any time on the website, you'll see some really great videos of the stuff that is there and the stuff that they have. You have stuff including exhibits like the George Patton exhibit. There are all sorts of different things that people can check out. The George S. Patton Jr. Gallery exhibits examples of America's first motor vehicles, because in many ways that's the humanity of what we're doing here. It's not just vehicles, but anybody that knows their military history knows the importance of Patton's contribution to tank warfare and tank culture, and understanding how these devices could be used and what their basic use was in regards to moving this country's move towards liberating Europe forward. And there's all kinds of stuff of this. It's a beautiful one. I'm still trying to figure out what it is, of the men in the snow, with the snow in the background. Is that from the Bulge? Is that from the forest? Is that what we're looking at there?
You're exactly right. The Battle of the Bulge began December 16th, 1944, during one of the coldest winters in decades. And so that winter scenario is very characteristic of the Battle of the Bulge, and the images that you see on the website are actual historic images of the United States troops during the Battle of the Bulge.
Yeah, it's interesting too because a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that he remains the only man to turn an army 180 degrees in the middle of a major conflict and actually be able to turn on an enemy and turn the tide of a major German offensive attempt to stalemate the war. All of this stuff is there, by the way. It's a big space, by the way, guys. We're not talking about a roadside attraction here. We're talking about it is the National Museum of Military Vehicles, and it is a beautiful place. It also is a place that's set up for curation and education as well. You get a lot of school groups in there. You get a lot of people who also. I had a question for you. You guys are, like I said, the final kind of step of a museum. Is it a place where people can come and do research? Do you have archives as of yet?
Oh yeah, we have a research library, and in it we have an extensive collection. It's actually, as far as I know, it's a complete collection of every technical manual and every operating manual for every single U.S. Ground vehicle in World War II and extending into the Korean War and in large part also the Vietnam War. So we've got just tremendous research capability.
And by the way, I want to kind of give a little background on you, Dan, because it's important. You know, I know you know this, that the reason the World War II Museum is in New Orleans is because it began as the D-Day Museum, and it began as the D-Day Museum because Andrew Higgins made the boats that, in fact, hit the beaches of Normandy, and they made them in the city of New Orleans and the surrounding areas. Talk to me a little bit about your own decision, your own decision to kind of place this museum here in Wyoming, in this quaint little town near your ranch. Talk to me about the brainchild of that to give people a sense of sometimes just a great idea and a notion that starts in a bit of inspiration.
Yeah, it started out just anecdotally. My wife and I relocated to the wilds of Wyoming here in the Rocky Mountains. Our house is up at 8,400 feet of elevation. We came out here after I spent 32 years in the cardiovascular medical device business to retire and just kind of get away from it all and have a major change in lifestyle, no plans to build a museum. And I ran across an ability to buy one derelict 30-ton paperweight World War II Sherman tank for $50,000 back in 2011, and bought it only planning to have one tank. I bought it with the aspiration of finding someone who could restore it to driving condition so my wife and I could drive it in the Du Bois 4th of July parade. And from that one tank, just to have something to help celebrate American independence, that expanded into the collection that I have now. And as the collection began to expand, and we're living out here in Wyoming full time, we kept getting encouraged. Boy, you ought to make a museum out of this and share it with everybody. At the time, these vehicles were just on our private ranch, and the only way people could see them was if they had my private cell phone number and asked to come for a private viewing. So 2016, we decided, okay, let's share this with everybody who's interested, and let's create a museum. But by then, we were committed. We're Wyomingites now, and we weren't going to move. So we were happy to share things, but it had to be where we lived. So, and just kind of serendipitously, okay, well then we're going to build this world-class 160,000 square foot museum and expanding museum right here where we live in a town of just outside a town of only 911 people.
I know that's the killer. I was I just thought for myself, and I'm pretty good with geography, and I thought, well, maybe it's a town that has a nice little population that I wasn't aware of. And I said, no, I don't think so. And then I looked it up and I went, holy mackerel. And it's like, and that there it sits, this 160,000 square foot National Museum of Military Vehicles right off of Highway 26. Unbelievable.
It's just not where no one expects to see it.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. It takes the breath away about, Napoleon often said that imagination rules the world. And this is one of those cases where that idiom has actually been proved absolutely true. I mean, the idea that it's visionary. I mean, there's a joy to this. There's an ebullient joy to want to share your passion and to find out how many people actually share this passion. Because you guys get attendance. You get people out there who would make that pilgrimage, don't they?
We've got people who come from all over the country, Yeah, and I mean people from other countries as well, but people from all over the country. I look at us as aspiring to be like and on the track to be like the Baseball Hall of Fame. The Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, what's it doing there? I know what it's doing there, but I mean, it's kind of
National
out in the middle
Comedy
of
Center.
nowhere.
The National Comedy Center is located in Lucille Ball's hometown. I don't know if you know this, but but here's something else too. The William Cody Museum of the West is considered among people the second or third greatest museum in the United States, and it is. It's not, I mean, to call it the middle of nowhere. Let's also add the thing is you live in a beautiful place where a lot of people, often want to find the wonder of America. But I mean, it's amazing. If you build it, people will come, won't they? It's just kind of wonderful. They showed up.
It is. And when people say you're in the middle of nowhere, I point out to them, well, Yellowstone National Park's in the middle of nowhere too.
Exactly.
And people seem to find their way there.
And by the way, I always tell people, if you got a problem with that, where in the hell are you going to put a 160,000 square foot tank museum, essentially at its basic core, if you're going to put it in the city? I don't know where you locate that. This is like perfect for it. It's perfect for it.
More expensive, that's for sure.
It's absolutely for sure. And you guys opened those doors on Memorial Day of 2022. I can't imagine how you and your wife must have felt when those doors opened. You must have just been like, how did we get here? How did this happen?
Yeah.
And it all started because you just wanted to fix up a tank for 4th of July parade. I mean, it is such a uniquely American story and so kind of worth digging into. I can't thank you enough for making the time. I know you want to make time. We mentioned at the beginning, you have a deep concern, as many of our listeners do, as many of the veterans who actually come on this show do, for the number of American service members who, once they leave, are leaving us too early. And it's an important thing for you, is it not, that we actually call attention to that and we create spaces for these men and women to be able to heal and find people to talk to who let them know they care, right?
Absolutely. We just lost a friend just a few weeks back to another combat veteran to suicide, just completely horrible. And it's just too common of a story. And there are common causes. As we get a little smarter about the dynamics, veterans, not just combat veterans, veterans, but especially combat veterans, come out of an environment where they're very connected with other veterans serving, other Americans serving along with them. They've got purpose. They're getting feedback. They know exactly why they're getting out of bed every morning, and then after they leave the military, they're kind of cast with a mixed crowd. Sometimes people who know absolutely nothing about what it is that these veterans accomplished on behalf of all of the rest of us. The connection is gone. The sense of tribe is often gone. The sense of purpose is often gone, and people often have some combination of post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injury, and it's just and then it's so easy for them to become isolated. And the warrior code for men and women while they're in military service is to suck it up, deal with whatever comes your way. And so there are a lot of kind of dynamics that make it hard for an isolated veteran to ask for help, and they end up resorting to that absolutely extreme self-help that is just horrible. So helping to restore connection, helping to restore purpose, helping to have people be reinforced every single day that what they did is seen and appreciated and valuable and honored, and we're giving back to them. Those are all things that we can do. Employment for veterans, and above all, one thing that we found is if you reach out to veterans with the idea that, hey, I want to help you, that often is not so productive. But if we reach out to veterans who are in pain and ask them to help other people, boy, they're all about it. And that then it's kind of like a back door to help them while they're busy helping others to regain a sense of purpose, to really regain, reinforce what had been a very strong sense of self-worth. So this is a huge problem. We're just nibbling at it, and we're working to encourage as many others as possible, both to raise awareness and to help us nibble at this.
I have to tell you, the message continues to ring out through the country. If we give people a mission, they often find a way to move forward. And Dan, I got to tell you, what a mission you have given both your friends in the community that you live in and that you love, and everybody across the country. Guys, I'm going to keep on pushing this. If you're out there in the Great West, as many of you are when you call and are part of our show, nmmv.org. You can find them on YouTube. There's a lot of great content there. We'll get you back on, Dan, talk about all that great content over there on the YouTube channel. It's NMMV USA on YouTube. On the Book of Face, you can find them at NMMV Wyoming, YW, and then NMMV USA on X, formerly known as Twitter. Thank you, Dan. You're welcome back anytime. We loved having you. I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as we did.
I certainly did, Jimmy. Thank you so much.
You got it. Guys, this has been Road Gang Radio. Its producer is Andre Thibodeau. He and I are the executive producers of this show, and happy to take you down the road for it. Hope you guys have had a good time. We have as well. What a great show. I want to thank everybody that has been involved in this show this morning, along with the good pastor, Kevin Lindsay, Dave Parker. Nice meeting a guy named Dave Parker. Not the Cobra, but pretty close to the Cobra. And, of course, Benjamin came on talking about lifestyle changes. Benjamin Smith, Tom Piazza. Great hour of radio. We're going to get that pulled and get that cooking up there. You got to hear that. It's must listen to. And then the National Museum of Military Vehicles. Always good to have Dan returning to the show now that it's opened. He actually was here right before it opened, dude. They were actually getting ready to put the whole enchilada together, and Dan came on about 6 months before they actually did the thing. So good to have Dan here in the aftermath and hear that it's growing by the minute. $100 million facility over there. If you get a chance, go look at that website. It's a big place. If you're going to put tanks any place, man, make sure it's big.
Yeah.
Don't be sticking tanks in small buildings.
Yeah.
It's groovy stuff. Road Gang Radio continues tomorrow, of course, as we are wont to do with Wild West Wednesday. We're going to be talking Tech Talk with the Braz. Going to be talking about wheel end maintenance, not year end maintenance, wheel end maintenance. Education Station. Missy Blair is coming back. We love us some Missy Blair. Good people over there. Matthew Holbert, told you it's Wild West Wednesday. I wasn't just making stuff up. Beyond the Bushwhackers. He's here for the first time of the year. Revolvers is the conversation. We're talking guns.
Yeah,
we're talking
boy.
pistols. We're talking Navy Colts. Talking all that groovy stuff. Andy Thomas is going to be here. He is country rock, announcing his new album on, the coming Friday. We'll get to that too. And then, of course, all kinds of great stuff. And then we got the Kit Carson Museum. Kit Carson Small Town Mysteries. Kit Carson, actually, the writer, is going to be here, author of a series of 4 small-town murder mystery books, The Anderson Chronicles, a Sheriff Elliott mystery.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S.
We are going to go after the CDL mills that are issuing licenses across the country.
And as the administrator of FMCSA, I want to make this perfectly clear to the driver training schools. If you are not following the rules and you're not doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, we're going to ensure that we put you out of business. We're going to come after you.
That
was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, followed by FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars in a news conference last week talking about the so-called CDL mills that churn out CDLs to unqualified drivers with little to no regard for safety standards. It's a commitment to driver training standards from the USDOT that, frankly, we haven't really seen before. One group, of course, cheering the move is OOIDA, which has long advocated for increased driver training standards. Another is the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. And with the conversations around driver training heating up, we thought it might be a good idea to bring in Andrew Poliakoff and Jeff Burkhart. Andrew is Executive Director of CVTA, again, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. Jeff is Chairman of the board, and both agree that the momentum we're seeing right now is long overdue. Let's get to it. So Andrew, Jeff, thanks for joining us. Lots to talk about. I almost don't know where to start here, but let's start with a simple one. And Andrew, we'll start with you here. First and foremost, for those who may not be familiar with what the Commercial Vehicle Training Association is, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yes, indeed. Thanks so much for having us on. Really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation. So my name is Andrew Poliakoff. I'm the Executive Director of the Commercial Vehicle Training Association, CVTA. We're the largest association of professional truck driver training programs in the United States. We have members in 46 states that, with around 400 locations all over the nation, that train over 100,000 entry-level drivers each year. So really focused, as we have been on, coming up on our 30th anniversary, we've been focused for decades on creating greater opportunities in the trucking industry for new drivers and on safety. Those two goals, work in tandem.
Yeah. And Jeff, you're the chairman of the board for CVTA. That's not your day job, though. I know you do something else, right?
Yes. Thank you also, Scott, for having me on. My name is Jeff Burkhart. I am the chairman of the board, a privileged position to hold that for the CVTA. My day job, so to speak, perfectly described by you. I'm the Senior Director of Operations for the Commercial Driver Training Program for Ancora Education and Ancora Training, which is a vertical under the same umbrella. So just real quick, we are a post-secondary institution of higher education. We're based in Arlington, Texas. We have multiple ground campuses that have CDL entry-level driver training as one of our programs to offer. And then we have within Ancora Training our service provider vertical, if you will, to where we're contracted ELDT providers for certain entities, community colleges, businesses, et cetera, and many locations across the country, probably about 100.
Yeah. And you guys are busy these days. And one of the reasons we reached out to you is all the conversations of late about non-domiciled CDLs, English language proficiency. It's kind of leading us down a path to looking at where training requirements are right now, training standards, licensing standards, so on and so forth. OOIDA has recently really been ringing this bell and trying to get some attention on the issue because it does feel like we have some momentum on it here. You both are obviously uniquely qualified to talk about this. I want to start here with kind of a big picture question, if we could. And this is a loaded question, so, I'll just kind of preface it by saying that. But, Jeff, we can start with you here. When you look at the current state of commercial vehicle driver training in the United States, where are we? And are we close to where you would like to see us be? So I'm asking you basically the current state of things as you see it.
Boy, that is a big question, but you're right, Scott. It's absolutely pertinent. Not to go through a deep dive of entire history, but as far as entry-level driver training requirements, those were originally supposed to be implemented in February of 2020, and they were implemented almost 4 years ago now in 2022. But long story short, the FMCSA, and after, negotiating rulemaking and all the other, machinations that are involved with producing these types of things, they came out with a regulated program and the requirements. So our schools and all of those that are members of the CVTA, we were prepared then. We were prepared in 2022, and we've been compliantly executing those requirements ever since. So in that regard, in terms of the question, we are in a good position. But that is predicated on the good actors, which is a term that's been floating around, bad actors, good actors. Let's just cut to the chase. The folks that are doing it right, the training providers that are doing it right, and I don't use schools necessarily in that term. I intentionally use training providers on the training provider registry. We're doing it right. Our focus now is pretty much in line with what we've been hearing from the FMCSA lately, and we've been pushing this for quite a while, not just in 2025. This has been ongoing since 2022 when we realized there were gaps in the enforcement of the training provider registry. Our focus is on enforcement of the existing regulations that are pretty tight. They account for state certifications. They have, you need to be compliant to the ELDT regulations that are all clearly stated. There's a proliferation of bad actors that are on the training provider registry that by definition are not doing what they're supposed to do. And I think that if the enforcement of that will go a super long way in cleaning up the industry, the training sector, I'll call it, and make sure that the compliant folks are able to do what we've continued to do all along, and those who are circumventing the regulations and the fly-by-nighters and the substandard training, quote-unquote, providers, they need to go by the wayside. They need to be held accountable and not be in business any longer.
That's what was so exciting, frankly, about yesterday's press conference with Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, the new administrator of the FMCSA. Really strong language, really for the first time coming out of FMCSA and USDOT. I think it's from the perspective of all of the folks that have been doing hard work in the CVTA community, and especially, CVTA convened this ELDT task force really right as ELDT became enforceable federal law in February of 2022, and saying, like, wait, we're seeing a proliferation of bad actors, and we're not seeing enforcement. And we have been banging that drum for greater enforcement for years now. It was extremely validating yesterday to hear Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, talking and elevating the importance of ELDT enforcement onto that national stage. I mean, we have great partners at the FMCSA that we've been working diligently with, for years, but it has not hit the urgency pitch that we had wanted. And it's in that space now. And, I think it's sort of tragically, it's in that space because of what you mentioned earlier, Scott, these, the notable things that have led us to the non-domicile CDL, interim final rule, and some of these other changes. But, I think from CVTA's perspective, although there are all of these, there's always the possibility for this system to be working correctly. That's the positive. The negative is that it hasn't. But I think we're excited to see that we're in a place now where, the urgency and enforcement is hopefully going to pick up, and we look forward to, at CVTA, as we always been, to leading that charge.
Yeah, and you guys have been at this longer than I have, but when I hear the FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars in that news conference, essentially, and it's not even essentially, he sent a warning to these so-called CDL mills, telling them, if they're not following the rules, they're going to get shut down. Secretary Duffy, had some strong language too, and basically saying that, if you're not following the rules with training standards, you're going to face some consequences here. Again, you guys have been at this longer than I have, but Andrew, I can't recall a time where we've had such high-ranking officials come out and explicitly say that this is going to be a focus, that we are going to try and clean up this situation that's out there that a lot of people are taking advantage of. For someone like you guys and all of your training schools doing things the right way, I would imagine that's it's refreshing to hear that from someone at that level.
Refreshing, frankly, would just be an understatement.
Yeah,
I mean, to see if I had not experienced the last couple of months in person, I would think I was almost sort of dreaming to see the Secretary of Transportation and the Administrator having a joint press conference where ELDT was the focus and where statements like, quote, "we're going to come after you," end quote, were being said. I mean, it just was extraordinarily validating. And, there's the side of this where it's like you have eager folks who want this to believe in this dream of becoming a trucker and want to take this on as a career. And they're going and finding these just places that these training providers that just absolutely pervert that goal. 2-day training, 3-day training.
Yeah.
But if you've never encountered this industry before, you don't know that 3-day training is this, aberration.
That's
You don't know.
insane. It's
And so-
insane if you just think about it for a second. It's insane just to realize there are schools that are claiming that and doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you could find them online right now. And these are just the ones that are brazen enough to even say 3-day training. But that doesn't mean that there isn't just this entire segment of folks that are doing that and intelligent enough to not telegraph it. But it's an extraordinary moment. There's still plenty of work that needs to be done. It's sort of the devil in the details there, and we can get into that in greater detail. But it's extraordinary.
Jeff, I imagine your reaction was pretty much the same.
Oh, absolutely. We obviously these last 10 months, for a whole host of reasons, has seen unprecedented activities across the federal government. But speaking specifically about our sector of transportation and training, very strong words yesterday, and I really love the fact that they were honing in on It's important to know these are existing regulations. English language proficiency was not new, as just one example. So whereas some people may have some trepidation or think that the wholesale changes are needed, that is not the case here. Simply enforcing existing regulations and getting tough in the areas and on the people and the companies that deserved a little bit of toughness, to be frank with you, Scott. So, yeah, I was fully welcome the messaging that came from the secretary and the administrator yesterday.
And Jeff, we have these discussions from time to time with tow companies or brokers, who are doing things the right way. And the honest ones will tell us all the time that they do want enforcement of these regulations, obviously looking at different ones for those sectors, but they want enforcement. They want stronger regulations in effect because, and you both mentioned that phrase there, bad actors. The bad actors in the industry are impacting them, the honest ones, in a negative way as well. I imagine, Jeff, that resonates with you because, again, you both brought up this bad actor aspect of this, and there are a lot of them out there that are doing harm to pretty much everybody across the board.
Absolutely, and that is one of the many unfortunate consequences of this entire discussion. The folks that are doing it right, the owner-operators, independent drivers, the company drivers, the company's employers themselves, the training schools, everybody that's doing it right are doing so for the greater good. Not just for the business, that is true, but it is because it's in the spirit of ELDT. And that what I mean by that is to have safe and compliant drivers on the nation's roads. And whenever we have these tragedies and other things and some of the bluster that may go along with them, then it casts a shadow. And that is something that we are keenly aware of, and we want to make sure that we approach this in parallel. We not only want to defend and advocate and push for enforcement of existing regulations, but just as importantly, we want to make sure that the message doesn't somehow get lost that is trucking really, for me, type of a question. We all experienced some very positive press, so to speak, during COVID. We all knew that this was an essential job and it's a fantastic career to be involved in, whether you be a company driver or you're an owner-operator and you're out there and doing your thing. We know it's a fantastic career, but we also definitely are cognizant to where some of these bad stories can cast a shadow. So we're definitely pushing to make sure that does not get lost in the shuffle here. Let's keep these things separate. This is obviously, certainly, a high demand and very, very rewarding career path to follow. But we need to enforce it. We need to enforce the regulations that are on the books so that it will continue to be that way with the next generation of drivers that come up, as well as the existing drivers that are out there that should be protected and not be cast in a bad light just because of the bad actors.
Yeah. Let's talk entry-level driver training standards and kind of about how we got here. Speaking of loaded questions, I think that's probably one as well. But Andrew, I believe you have set a minimum standard for your members requiring that they provide at least 30 hours of behind the wheel training. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, speaking of insanity, it is insane to me that is not a requirement across the board. Why do you do that there at CVTA? Because again, that kind of goes above and beyond what the rules and regulations are calling for.
Well, so a lot of what we do at CVTA, in order to become a member, you need to go through our oversight committee, right? And so organizations are evaluated on a host of criteria, right? You're talking about their curriculum, all of their activities. I mean, we conduct interviews with these folks before they become school members, right? And so that's simply one of the data points that we've examined and sort of has grown over time through an understanding of what really has been a part of this safe and high quality training. But I think when we look at why that's not in the final rule, that's probably something that is up for discussion. I think when we look at changes to ELDT and why we have not really pressed for any changes to ELDT, we look at this sort of, and we've all sort of alluded to it, this tortured history of what it took to get from congressional statutory action to create ELDT into the final rule. Like this was, ELDT began to take shape in 2012 as part of MAP 21, that transportation bill. Then some years later, you have the FAST Act in 2015, which says, hey, FMCSA, no, really do this, right? And it's not until, essentially 10 years after that you get the LTAC convening, right? And then 6 years after that you get, the actual enforceable law. So I think it's, we do that for the purpose of evaluating that along other data points. And I think, people have pushed for that. I know we've had great conversations. We've worked together, trying to, support anything that will get this law enforced properly. We've worked with, our good friends at OOIDA on that as well. But it's really, I think, critical that, we're looking at that as congressional action. And no offense to any congressional staffers or anyone else listening, but, congressional action in the regulatory space is, I think, from an oversight perspective, super, super important. In terms of going back to the rule itself, not something that we're targeting immediately.
Yeah. Jeff, can we talk about the behind the wheel training a little bit? Because again, you putting that standard in place for your members, I think is important in that it, is essentially making sure that folks who are behind the wheel, on our public roadways have been given the proper training. Can you talk a little bit about the training aspect of this and how important that is for someone who is going to be out there with a CDL to, actually have been given the training behind the wheel like that?
Certainly. As far as ELDT goes and the formal requirements of it, we're fully embraced all of those in the theory component. We're talking about all those subjects, that everything from regulations to, driving conditions and the importance of a numerous subjects. When we get to the behind the wheel component, that's where we're focused on how to inspect, back, and drive a CMV. In other words, as training providers, the primary goal is to teach students how to do those three things effectively and safely so that they can pass the skills test. So it's kind of the definition of entry-level driver training. But I think it's also important to note, Scott, that our schools, and I can speak for many, many schools, certainly the good actors, it's not just limited to those three things, how to inspect, back, and drive. Those are the components of a skills test. We introduce them to real-life scenarios. In other words, we do not constrain ourselves just to going around in circles on a giant, training range. We are in the environment where these drivers are eventually going to be, earning their livelihood. We're training on back roads, we're rural, highway, interstate, city. We're going through truck stops and rest areas and way stations. In other words, we can meet the requirements of ELDT, which are minimum, but we can also do that while introducing them to real-world applications because we feel that is the responsible thing to do. It provides for a better learning environment. It's real life. It best prepares those students for the real-life applications once they're out there behind the wheel themselves and in scenarios they can find themselves in. So I think the behind the wheel training, it should incorporate all of that, and that is certainly what we do. And I'm speaking for the compliant ones and the properly operated schools.
Andrew, I think you pinpointed part of the problem earlier when you talked about the legislative process and just how long it takes for things like ELDT to actually go into effect. That timeline that you mentioned there was more than 10 years, I think. So it takes time, and that's the frustrating thing about the legislative process, generally speaking. But when you look at the training standards as they stand right now, and again, we're talking minimum training standards, and when you look at what you are doing now and what your members are doing, there's a divide there because you're going above and beyond. Would you like to see those requirements, boosted, the minimum requirements boosted to where they are closer to what you all are doing? Would you like to see them go even further? I guess if you were the czar of this and, we gave you a magic wand or whatever, what would that look like?
The ELDT czar?
The ELDT czar. I like it.
A special hat?
We'll give you a special hat. We'll let you design it and everything. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, look, I think it's really difficult to look that far down the road. And it's really 14 years to be exact, right, from MAP 21 to where we are. And I think it's a fair question. I think, any living, breathing community, CVTA is a community of, individuals that all come together for great training. And we want to support great training, wherever that is, right? But I think from our perspective, we have, and our task force and the whole community has just been hyper-focused on, avoiding anything that's going to, I'll say it plainly, right? We have avoided attempting to do things that would require, laborious long-term rulemakings even in the regulatory space. So the idea of creating something that's a congressional fix, oh boy, I'm gonna need a time machine to benefit from that. You know what I mean? So we're so hyper-focused on that. It's difficult to say, how do we, when we have, board meetings and calls and all these things, and somebody starts talking about changing ELDT, statutorily with Congress, I'm like, no. Let's just rein this back in.
Yeah. Jeff, Andrew has been term limited out for ELDT czar. Right. You're taking over.
Right. Okay.
What's on your wish list?
Termed out.
He's
My wish
term
list,
limited. Yep.
I think it's term limited. Well, number one, it's going to be enforcement, and that's got to happen right away. If I were to use a football analogy, I don't think it's okay to be thinking about your goal line offense, but whenever you're back behind your own 20 right after the kickoff, I think we need to face what's right in front of us first. So if I were the ELDT, czar, FMCSA czar, I would basically align myself almost with what was said yesterday, and that is enforcement first and foremost. Now, running parallel with that does not mean that I would accept that everything that's currently in place is evergreen and it is the best way to go. As with any particular subject or sector, there is some fluidity. Conditions change. Some things happen that were discovered post-inception or post-implementation of a particular product. And when we're talking about federal level government, well, that's an understatement in terms of discoverables after implementation. So I think it's healthy to have the specific stakeholders be involved in any particular subject. So it'd be similar to whenever ELDT was first, devised years ago, and then take a holistic look at everything that is within. AMBA very recently changed the skills test.
Yeah.
For them, it was science-based. It was through analysis of causation and accidents and things like that. So they made changes to the skills test. And those changes have been in place, the original test has been in place for many years. So that's just one example of how conditions change, data and things of that nature, research changes, and then, by virtue of that, it should be reviewed.
What about
Jeff? That data? What?
Oh, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
One thing I'd say super quickly is, that's why we've been, I think the data is important there. And one of the first things we said to FMCSA about this is like, hey, we understand, and I don't know if they're doing it anymore, if it's been sort of timed out for a bit. I hope they start it back up. But, doing research on, ELDT training outcomes, that's going to be important information. But if you have thousands upon thousands of, bad actors in the system producing bad data, you need to omit that before you can do any research of any note. Anyway, I'm sorry I stepped on Jeff or your next.
No. I was just going to ask you real quick, again, with just kind of putting a bow on this czar thing, just real quick, if you were to set minimum requirements for behind the wheel training, what would that look like? And you don't have to give a very long answer necessarily, but, Andrew, what would that look like for you if you could set the minimum?
It's a difficult question to answer, I think, with what we're focused on right now in terms of enforcement.
Yeah. Okay. Jeff, do you have a countering thought or a thought on that?
For me, I would like to incorporate the modernized skills test because some of those maneuvers there are not currently in the behind the wheel requirements. So I think it would fall in line. I think we should retain the ones that are currently there in terms of those backing maneuvers as well as on the road. But I think we should incorporate the modernized skills test because we're talking about the here and now. And I think that we need to be a little bit more nimble. When I say we, I'm actually referring to the federal government, the FMCSA in this case, and be a little bit more nimble in terms of making adjustments for those topics that have, a lot of research and a lot of quantified data behind them. And that's just one example there.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are speaking with Andrew Poliakoff and Jeff Burkhart of CVTA, the Commercial Vehicle Training Association. Speaking of momentum, OOIDA has been calling on FMCSA to utilize a training provider registry to remove bad actors. I know this is something that you all have been calling on FMCSA to kind of clamp down on as well. And we've actually seen the agency, again, looking at momentum here, we've seen the agency do a little bit more of this in recent days. Jeff, with regard to the training provider registry, can you explain your concerns there, recommendations? What are you seeing there that raises alarm bells for you?
For me, it is the I'll call it a low threshold for acceptance. And what I mean by that, Scott, is that it is a self-certification model. Now, I will quickly say that, for the bad actors, by definition, they're not going to be too concerned with the penalties and consequences and all the attestations that any training provider must make on the website whenever they want to have their location or their school added to the training provider registry. Enforcement, and yes, I'm being totally redundant because it's applicable here. If everything that has faced a training provider that wants to be out on that TPR were enforced, that in and of itself is going to eliminate a vast majority of the bad actors. So, again, enforcement is the word of the day, and for the CVTA, it's been the word for years, for that matter. The other part, though, is, yes, we have seen some activities on the TPR. To date, there's been 247 training providers removed from the TPR. Well, you got to keep that into perspective. That's out of thousands, tens of thousands of training providers that are currently on that training provider registry. And a lot of those, a majority of them, in fact, train publicly. They train the public consumer. These are not all just employer-based internal training programs. So that is of great concern. Consumers are getting fleeced. They're getting substandard training. My schools and many within the CVTA, we have enrolled people who have literally come from a bad actor so that they can receive proper training and go get their skills test and move on to the career path that they want to. So for me, those are the main concerns. And of those 247 that have been removed, Scott, I think it's also important to dig a little bit deeper. Mm-hmm. A lot of those are voluntary removals. A lot of those are going to be just by virtue of administrative. You have schools training providers that are just no longer in business, or they're just no longer doing any training, either or. And so their recertification lapses by virtue of them not doing it any longer.
Yeah.
Well, that nobody should be hanging their hat or, with all due respect, patting themselves on the back too much for that. That is just an incidental removal. We want true enforcement. Go after the bad actors. A majority of the states already regulate CDL training providers within their state. And just by virtue of that, I dare say that there's already a finite data set, a list of approved training providers within a given state that could simply be the cross-reference point as far as who should be on the TPR. So, again, it all revolves around enforcement as far as I'm concerned, Scott.
That's what got CVTA's task force so animated, I think, especially into 2023. We had leveraged a lot of relationships, not leveraged, but we had done a lot of outreach to these state driver's license agencies, the SDLAs, saying, hey, ELDT is coming, state partners, we're going to need you to, really have a line of communication to FMCSA. FMCSA is going to be ready to remove these bad actors when you report them. If they're not licensed in your state or if they're up to no good, use states are the first line of defense. And then we leveraged all of that activity and advocacy to the SDLAs, and the SDLAs were ready to go and started, reporting these bad actors and unlicensed entities to the FMCSA, and crickets, just full on crickets. And so the states are going, well, it's not like we're walking around here with tons of bandwidth to do this anyway. So on to the next thing, right? Yeah. And we've had some extraordinary partners in the state space. Big shout out to Pennsylvania. I mean, look, Pennsylvania has been, you want to talk about having the receipts. I mean, we are, aware of communications that they have with FMCSA saying like, hey, the state of Pennsylvania has, issued cease and desist letters to this training provider that's been literally on record, under oath saying that they don't do this, they don't comply with the ELDT requirements, et cetera, and they can't get the federal government to remove them from the TPR. So it's like the FMCSA has become like almost some sort of odd defense counsel for these bad actors, like taking the word of some training provider over the state of Pennsylvania, like just stuff that you can't even understand. And so it'd be easy to arrive at looking at this registry and go, oh, they've removed some people. Oh, this is impressive here and there. Oh, there's 2,600 that are listed in pending removal. That's hopeful. Yeah, a bit, but a lot of those, as Jeff mentioned, are quasi-administrative. People not renewing their biennial recertification or re-registration elements. But behind the scenes, you see these states that are hopping mad, saying, "What is going on? We have told you, we've been trying to get you to remove, these folks for years, and they're still on here." That's what we see.
That's insane. It just is insane.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
And you're describing perfectly a dysfunctional system, and I don't think that's a leap to call it that. However, again, it does feel like a page is turning, and it feels like the people that should have been paying attention to this and should be paying attention to this are finally getting the message. Is that right, Andrew?
Absolutely. And, I had the great fortune to encounter Secretary Duffy at National Truck Driver Appreciation Week in New Jersey at a truck stop. He's just really a leader in this space, I think. And obviously, Chief Administrator Barrs with his law enforcement background. You got the right people there, right? And so I was talking to Secretary Duffy about this. Had 5 or 6 minutes of his time. It was amazing to describe this to him. And then there was a press conference. So his response. I mean, he's a person really acquainted with this industry, and just sort of see the secretary himself sort of in real time going, wait a second. Because at that time, especially, was really hyper focused on English language proficiency and on non-domiciled CDLs, and those are quite relevant. Don't get me wrong, extremely so. But to see him go, in the press conference, you see him in real time being like, how is it that someone that can't even speak, English can get past their skills test? And I'm like watching this press conference of, yes, that's a great question. Like, we just want you to ask the question even one layer back in the food chain is, how did that person even get entered onto the TPR? Because if their information was entered onto the TPR, that means they can go sit for the skills test. If that's not been entered, they can't even sit for it. So that But you're right, though. We're turning a page. We want to give credit where credit's due. We have seen, we saw a jump of almost 150, removals. Not all of those, the vast majority of those are not, due to substantive analysis of violations, but many of them are. So credit where credit's due, and also the tenacity, I think, and urgency that you see in a press conference like yesterday. That's something that, we may not, the team might not be running all the right plays yet, but boy, oh boy, do we have the right people on the team.
Yeah. Well, and it's going to take a while, too, for them to – it has taken – and understandably, it's taken them a little while to understand the lay of the land. Secretary Duffy came in, but we've seen action on these issues happen incredibly quickly. Obviously, again, it's going to take some time for this to kind of get fixed over time. But another thing, we also had I wanted to bring this up with you guys, too. A 51-count indictment in New York, I think a couple weeks back, in which the DMV employees there, some of them are accused of falsifying CDL permit tests in exchange for bribes. We see these stories from time to time. You use that case as an opportunity to renew a call for a broader adoption of third-party CDL testing across all states. And Jeff, I think we can start with you maybe. Talk a little bit about that and the concerns that CVTA has with that as well.
Yeah, that was quite an eye-opener there. Yeah. But I'm not saying that it was shocking, only because there is a longer history in Massachusetts, for example, and that was state troopers were involved. I mean, me personally, and not just me personally, but I think a lot of folks hold those folks in extremely high regard for good reason. So, again, not holding them all accountable or doesn't cast a shadow on all troopers by any stretch, but it's just another example of one should not automatically interpret that the state level examiners or functions are above reproach. There have been deficiencies realized. It ties into enforcement. And in Cora, we have third-party testing in multiple states and examiners, as do many schools of the CVTA. We are held to an extremely high regard with audits, covert audits, scheduled audits, reviewing the student test files, reviewing the actual testing. Our examiners are in place with a DOT and or state level official to co-score a test. Now, these things can similarly be done at the state level, but one thing is for certain, every third-party testing entity, all those examiners are CDL holders. That same statement cannot be said of the State Driver's License Association, agency examiners. Now, that's not to throw shade as far as all of those folks by any stretch, but I'm just stating the fact that there is a difference between the two. And I am fully confident that the third-party testing, not just the approving bodies, which are state level, but the ones that are out there, and yes, there are some bad actors, and yes, there are many that have been held to account, and that is a good thing. But we are held at a very high regard, and I think due to that is those mechanisms and that structure by which we are all operating under, that it is a supplement, a complement to the state licensing authorities in order to eliminate or minimize, skills testing delays and things of that nature. So I definitely think that the two can coexist, and in many states they do. In some, it's one or the other. But I'm a firm proponent or an advocate of third-party testing, and along with that, the high degree of oversight that goes with it. If you're a good actor, you're doing what you're supposed to do, you have no worries.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, that's a place where, there's an indicator or evidence of how an enforced rule is working properly, right? We saw at CVTA for many years, and you see in some states that don't utilize third-party testing, at times you'll see these skills testing delays, and those are a real problem, right? Getting back to the student, you have folks that are, at many times sort of moving heaven and earth, either through, funding that they receive through the state or state government, federal government, to get this training, to to build a career. These are not folks who, are just, sitting on trust funds or something that have all the time in the world. They're like, working their tails off to become, to get trained to become a truck driver. And then you say, oh, sorry, Mr. Smith, there's a 2-week delay before you can take your skills test at the DMV. That is a real problem. And some people literally have to walk away to go take a different career at that point. Their skills degrade, and they're not going to do the skills test. They can't get hired, and and so that's sort of the skills testing delay part. But that's where this is working well, because when states do utilize third-party testing, you have the ability to go take that test immediately, and it's a system where, as Jeff mentioned, enormous oversight. Right? I mean, we're talking straight up, covert audits. People with binoculars making sure that folks are actually doing the test properly, or doing co-scoring, as Jeff mentioned. All those things, that's where oversight is working appropriately, and so it's I think a real benefit to see that in the industry. And Jeff, you're not throwing shade, but you mentioned that. But it's like where the person conducting the examination doesn't have a CDL, that's a pretty unique circumstance, right? Like something happens during the skills test, and the student has to stop. It's like that examiner isn't driving the power unit back to the DMV.
Yeah. It's just this is the thing. It's where people say common sense isn't all that common anymore. The thing, we have these conversations all the time, and I find myself sitting back and thinking, this makes no sense. How do we get to this point where so many of these things are happening that just don't make any sense? And what you're describing there is one of those situations. But I look at this whole training conversation, and again, I think the momentum is behind it now, with all the talk about English language proficiency, and again, non-domiciled CDLs and whatnot, and the attention being on the people who can actually do the enforcement and make these changes. It is encouraging, but I also think it's worth pointing out that this is not just a safety aspect. It is certainly a safety aspect when you look at training, because we want safe drivers out on the road, obviously, and you do as well. But if you were to put a greater emphasis on training, that's also going to help with retention levels, which, as we know, are low, because a lot of these folks are getting in the industry, they're not trained properly, and they just can't cut it. How much of that enters into your thinking as well, too, I suppose, when looking at all this, and again, looking at the big picture, Andrew?
Oh, that's why I think, when we're talking about this, these are joint missions of CVTA, opportunity and safety work together, right? And we're seeing that now in terms of, the last thing that anyone wants, whether they're an owner operator, whether, they own a fleet, they work with the school, whether they, somebody who wants to become a truck driver, the last thing we want is to, have the face of trucking be these two people, the gentleman from Florida and the gentleman from, California, that cause these horrible accidents. No, that's terrible. It's critical that the American public know about that, but that's not, my younger brother's a truck driver. I love him, more than words, and I'm so proud of him and what he does. And, that's the face of the American truck driver, my brother Mike. And it's like, we have got to enforce these rules correctly. We've got to make sure that people are trained properly, because there's enormous opportunity out there. It's always been there, but these challenges that arise and some of the nonsense, non-common sense things that we've seen evolve, they just, seeing them rolled back. It's sort of like it's a breath of fresh air and sort of sunlight in the room to imagine that there could be an FMCSA and a USDOT focused on safety and willing to act with urgency, right? That's the difference. It's so refreshing. It's like, hey, we got a problem. Let's do an interim final rule that is effective immediately. Try that out, right? Wow, how amazing. We need more of that, because that will allow, yes, in the short term, is that the case that people will go, wow, trucking has some real, or the enforcement space in trucking is really, wow, like what has been going on over there, right? And then you take that immediate hit, but then, over time, through that sunlight and that cleaning of the space, you see it start to, take shape again into what everybody that loves this industry knows.
You got them fired up, Scott. You hear the passion. Andy, he starts to ramp up on these things for good reason. And I am lockstep there with him. One of the things I did want to mention, and that was just referring to yesterday's press conference and others, really appreciate the fact that Secretary Duffy and Administrator Bars, honed in on the essential job, the appreciation for truck drivers, and the recognition that they are literally driving the economy and making this country, flourish and run. We certainly love to hear all of that. And again, like I said earlier, we don't want any bad press to overshadow all of the good men and women that are out there that are doing it for all the right reasons. I've had my CDL since 1997. I take great pride in maintaining it. To be honest with you, I don't get out there and train as much as I used to because I'm in a different position, but I still hold all those same values. And if we just simply enforce what is currently on the books, it would go such a tremendous long way into cleaning up the industry, perhaps even cleaning up some impressions, although, they may be rooted in misconceptions, but still cleaning it up. And Scott, I dare say this, and I've used this analogy elsewhere. I am willing to bet that if this same dynamic existed for pilots or doctors or things of that nature, and there was suspect in terms of their training or credentialing, it's almost a rhetorical question, but how would those be approached? Well, we in this sector, we don't treat it any differently. 80,000 pounds running up and down the roads, and if the person that is operating that vehicle, if there is any suspicion or if there is any degree of uncertainty as to their ability to do it and the means by which they got their CDL, I wouldn't like to be sharing the road with that person no more than I'd like to be sitting in the commercial airliner behind a pilot that has suspect credentials. I liken it in the same way.
Well, and our executive vice president, Louis Pugh, always talks about the fact that, people going to beauty school, there's more minimum requirements there than there are in a lot of cases for commercial truck drivers, which again, going back to my point about common sense maybe not being as common as it once was, it's just mind-blowing to me. However, again, kind of putting a bow on everything we're talking about, it feels like we have the right kind of momentum now. I think it is safe to say that both of you feel like we are heading in the right direction. And that is due in no small part to what CVTA is doing, obviously, and has been doing now for a few decades. So I will say thank you to both of you, Andrew and Jeff, for not just your time today, but obviously for working on this issue and making sure that the right eyes are paying attention to it. It's important that we have people like yourselves that are committed to, training and safety and the things that we should be focused on. So we really appreciate it.
Grateful for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Scott.
Extremely grateful, Scott. Thank you, and for all the things that you brought to the table in terms of enforcement and just simply demanding that we have the safest possible operators out there on the road. I think that is a no-brainer type of a discussion that we can all get behind.
Next week marks OOIDA's week-long Truckers for Troops campaign.
The event has raised more than $800,000 to send care packages to active duty military stationed overseas since 2007. And in recent years, Truckers for Troops has been raising money for the Veterans Community Project, which supports veterans in need in a variety of ways.
From November 10th through the 16th, truckers can join OOIDA or renew for $35, 10% of that total going toward Truckers for Troops, and OOIDA matches that 10% dollar for dollar. Flat donations also being accepted, every dollar going directly toward care packages and our veterans here at home.
Stay tuned to Trucking with OOIDA for full coverage next week as the campaign kicks off. In the meantime, you can go to ooida.com/T4T for more information.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.